just add rows into the.
Yeah.
Anyone want to do the civility tonight?
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Sure.
You want to
Thank you. I am about to take it off because it's so getting hot in here.
I know.
And usually,
I did not.
usually I'm.
I inspired.
Inspired it. That's why.
All right, I'm gonna turn on the mics.
Thank you for the, I always appreciate the warning.
I have 6 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and get started. If everyone could please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Sarah, could you take a roll call, please?
Critelli,
Present.
Fontana, Casper,
Here.
Nacarado,
Here.
Pappenfort,
Present.
Stevens,
Here.
Mayor Shore.
Here.
The quorum is present.
Great. And I believe Councilmember Casper is going to do the, read the civility invocation this evening.
Easy chair.
We are here working together to create a thriving community. It is the intention of the Salida City Council to promote civil communication by adopting the following guidelines for speaking to the public in the City Council chambers. It is our hope that by acting in this manner, we can help create a safe space for people to share their perspectives and opinions. We honor the opportunity to be engaged in the process of governance for the benefit of our community. We acknowledge that each of us bring a unique perspective to this conversation and that our perspectives may differ. We challenge ourselves to value varying points of view and hold all contributions as equally important. We understand and accept that while we may sometimes disagree, we can always be courteous and kind. We commit to respectful language, avoiding rumor, harsh criticism, or personal accusation, even when feeling emotionally charged. We will, to best of our ability, speak thoughtfully and listen with attention, respect, and curiosity. We are confident that there may be even better solutions than any of us have thought of, which may be discovered through civil conversation. We affirm our support for women's rights, including equal pay, equal treatment under the law and in the workplace, and the right to determine choices that impact the direction and personal values of one's life, including all individuals' reproductive health choices. We commit to the city of Salida being a hate-free zone and declare and affirm a policy of non-discrimination on the basis of a person's race, color, religion, ancestry, national origin, age, sexual orientation, gender, gender identity, marital status, military or veteran status, socioeconomic class, medical condition, or physical or mental disability.
Thank you very much. And that will bring us to the consent agenda. Any questions or comments, concerns on that this evening?
Mayor, I move to combine and approve the items on the consent agenda.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Critelli, seconded by Councilmember Casper, and the motion is to combine and approve the items on the consent agenda. Further discussion?
Critelli,
Yes.
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Casper,
Yes.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Fontana,
Okay. These are all general comments?
Yes.
There she is.
thank you. The motion passed.
I think I heard.
Very good.
Okay, cool.
The miracle of technology. And that is going to bring us to citizen comment. And the way it will work is you'll have 3 minutes. I'm going to hold everyone very accountable to that. I want to be fair to everyone. There are a lot of people, I think about 30 people who signed up this evening. And so I'm going to hold you to that, on that. We're not going to do reflective listening tonight, because if we did, we'd probably be here until tomorrow. Just know we are listening. We're very much interested in what you have to say. And if anyone feels they didn't have enough time, please feel free to reach out to me after the meeting. I'm more than happy to sit down or have a conversation with anyone. And so the other thing I want just to mention, I know there are people that are here this evening speaking on the F Street closure. And I just want everyone to know that Councilmember Fontana is not here with us this evening. She had a really bad ski accident about 10, 12 days ago. She's been through 2 really challenging surgeries. And I would just ask that everyone keep that in mind. I know that passions are high, but I would really like for people to keep that in mind when you come up to the lectern, and just extend some grace to her if you would, please. And so with that, the first person I have is to speak is Dennis Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thank you to the staff. I'm here to talk about the F Street closure and its impacts on the veteran community. We want to thank all the veteran organizations that are here tonight representing this same decision on closure of F. We strive to host basically many civic events at our own post on 10th Street here in Salida. We strive to honor individuals with scholarships and awards throughout the community. There's a uniqueness in the United States of veterans parades in the history. Who doesn't love a parade? Ask a child, do they love the parade? Ask a child who doesn't remember some of the candies that were thrown to them. Ask the parents, do they remember a parade? And of course, they're going to answer, yes, we remember the parades honestly. The history of the parades in Salida go back almost to the 1950s for the veterans, where we hosted many parades down F Street, where we had a drum and bugle corps that used to parade down. And we stopped when the COVID hit in 2019. We moved in 2020 out to County Road 120 and had our parade out there, distributing candy to the children, having basically many, many different vendors as well as individual groups attend with us. Since the blockage in 2021, 22, and 23, we've been hampered. We're not allowed to go down F Street directly. And with an aged veterans community we have here today, other than going straight, sometimes is a challenge to our group. Memorial Day and 4th of July 4th are the losses of our civic pride. We understand the commitment to the Rotary Club's use of the Riverside Park, and we could coordinate with them on that July 4th activity. We do flags on Memorial Day out at Fairview, up in Poncha, and many of the other local communities around here, to the tune of about 1,500 flags. And those are all donated by a member here in the community. We also do something called Wreaths Across America. Those Wreaths Across America are wreaths that are purchased by sponsorships and laid on graves throughout the Chaffee County area.
Dennis, I'm sorry, the three's up, but thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Bruce, is it Cairns? Cairns. Thank you.
Thanks. Find this exciting to be here, seeing our Constitution at work. There's a chance to speak freely, a chance to peaceably assemble. We have words and petitions to share, and the petitions have been given to the clerk and to you all for the redress of grievance. Beyond this esteemed gathering, we want to encourage you all to reinstate these freedoms on the streets of Salida, which we mention next. I will mention we are strongly suggesting benefits to all for the reinstitution of the Memorial Day Parade and the 4th, the Independence Day Parade down F Street. There's a saying in our culture, I love a parade. Before you think budgetary concerns, let's think of the importance of these parades and the people they represent, the veterans. Here's the scoop. Vets, 9.8% of Colorado is vets, compared to 6.6% of the nation. 26.2% of vets are disabled versus non-vets. 11.5% of Chaffee County is vets. Our Chaffee County vets, not super special, at almost twice the national average. We realize some complexities if F Street is closed. If open, no problem for all parades. Maybe it should stay open. We would say, if closed, seemingly at a modest expense, a few $100s an hour of a front loader with a fork on it could easily rearrange the flower boxes in a short time. Frankly speaking of dollars, are not our vets worth it? Previous budgets supported parades, and cannot the new, almost $50 million budget do it now? Come on, let's support the vets and remember the fallen. John Adams, I am apt to believe that it will be celebrated by succeeding generations, meaning the 4th of July, as the great anniversary festival. It ought to be commemorated as the day of deliverance by solemn acts of devotion to the Almighty. It ought to be solemnized with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, guns, bells, bonfires, illuminations, or fireworks, from one end of the continent to the other, from this time forevermore. Without vets, these parades do not exist. What language would we be speaking? No constitutions, no freedoms, certainly not here tonight. So please, reminders and remember, think about The American Sniper, a movie and a book. We just celebrated an 11th anniversary of his death, February 2nd. Parade awareness makes other vets feel supported and creates a mood for better vet camaraderie. I want to close with the word disgraceful, not really, but want to close on more polite terms, that it is unpatriotic against American tradition without these parades. Thanks, and rather than a summary, I was hoping to have interactions, but I think you kind of mentioned that. So we just thank you so much that we were able to be here. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Bruce. And then next up, Dan Weinshaker.
Excuse me.
Good evening. I have a house in Ward 3 in town. Later, I will speak specifically to the action agenda item on Ordinance 2024-03. I know short-term rentals have been a contentious issue. As I reviewed the ordinances over the past 8 years or so, I see over a dozen times that they've been addressed. And I know probably in the future they're going to be addressed some more, depending on what comes down from the state, depending on the lawsuit in Summit County, how that's resolved, potential lawsuits in Salida, and as new data also comes in. What I want to speak to tonight concerns the Chaffee County residents' requirements to have an SDR, a short-term rental. I do believe that Salida was very smart and proactive in putting in a cap on the number of units in town. It was a smart move, it was necessary, and it was also sufficient to keep short-term rentals from taking over the town and getting out of control. In that respect, I feel the residency requirements to have a short-term rental are both unnecessary, and they're also a duplication of regulation. I also believe that in time that residency requirement will lead to a decrease in tax income from short-term rentals. For example, if I want to sell my house, I now cannot sell it to somebody who wants to move in part-time and short-term rent it until they move in full-time or just in order to be able to afford it. But I can sell it to somebody that wants to live in there part-time but will never short-term rent it. And thus, there'll be no income coming to you. Putting in that residency requirement, I further believe at some level is a taking of value of my property in that you are limiting who I can sell it to. I don't know what the legal requirements are on that, whether that's a valid point or not, but that is my feeling. Anyway, for all these reasons, my request is that the council look at an ordinance eliminating the Chaffey County resident requirement to own a short-term rental. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Next up, Dana, and I apologize. I'm going to struggle. Is it not Trebe? Maybe you can do it for me, please.
That was not Trebe last time I visited.
Good. And the next time I use it, it will be again. Thank you for being here.
Okay, you all. Well, I'm a United States Marine, and I served my country honorably. And when I joined, I swore an oath to the Constitution. And the three words in that Constitution are what it starts out as, we the people. And we the people are the people that own F Street, not the people that have their businesses there, not the people that are in your guys' jobs. It's the people of this town and the people that come here and spend their money. They paid for all that pavement. I'm a member of about 6 or 7 veteran organizations, and I'm a life member in about 3 or 4 of them. I spent 20 months out of my 40 months time in the Marine Corps in Vietnam, in Da Nang, also known as Rocket City. You have no idea what veterans have gone through for your safety. And then you shut down F Street so they can't have a parade. That's pretty nice. And I would be ashamed of myself if I did that. I'll leave it at that, unless you want to hear more.
Thank you, Dana.
You're welcome.
And then next up, Chris Eaton.
As I mentioned 3 weeks ago, I opened a business last year on First Street, right off of F Street. Part of what drew us here was spending 3 summers coming down and seeing the walking mall and the energy it brought to the local businesses, talking to the local businesses about it and what that brought to them. And then 3 weeks ago, also heard that supposedly no businesses down there really wanted the closure. So a number of us that were here that time took it upon ourselves to do a survey, petition amongst businesses in First Street and F Street. And almost everybody contacted was in favor of the F Street walking mall. We didn't get a chance to talk to everybody, but the few that didn't sign the petition was more out of indifference than anything. So I just want to again encourage you to think about not only doing it for 2024, but making a longer term commitment to the walking mall to support the businesses down there and to create a 3 or 5 year plan to where the city can invest in making it better and also ask the businesses down there to invest in making it better. So please consider keeping it open and not just on a year-to-year basis so we're all having to guess. Because if you make a plan for 3 or 5 years, you can then ask the businesses down there, on F Street especially, to make an investment as well. But if, as I've understood for the last 3 years, a lot of businesses aren't going to spend money to invest on doing something out on the street if they don't know if that investment's going to be usable the next year or the year after that. So take all that under consideration. I think without the F Street walking mall, it will actually be a negative impact to the businesses down there.
Thanks, Chris. Next up, Leslie Jorgensen.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. I love a parade, and I would gladly watch one on most any of our city streets. I'm not sure if
F Street is the only street we have that we could do a parade on, but I would be open to looking at that. I'm a downtown business owner, and I support a summer closure of F Street. Several of my fellow business owners have expressed their support for this as well. We, as Chris just mentioned, we took just an informal poll of some of our local businesses, and we did submit this to you. This is not a formal petition, and we did not hit every business, but easily 50 signatures were collected by businesses in our downtown area who felt that it did help business. And your own survey actually showed that only 30% felt that F Street negatively affected downtown, which means an overwhelming majority of respondents supported it. So I really hope that you will consider doing this for businesses and supporting our community. It gives us a really wonderful atmosphere in the summer where families and kids and anyone who wants to be just relaxed and part of summer can enjoy F Street. I just want to mention briefly that we have an issue downtown of a man who holds a gun. There is a difference between freedom of speech and intimidation. While the First Amendment protects most speech, it is not a free pass to threaten, harass, or otherwise violate the rights of others. Mr. Taylor's public speech has been bullying with a bullhorn. There is a disturbing video where he is seen yelling obscenities at another citizen while displaying his loaded AR-15. Now he's carrying a black flag, which is a symbol for a threat to use deadly force while he holds a weapon of war. Luckily, we have a law on our books. It's about disorderly conduct for this kind of behavior, and it seems to me that it describes really well what's happening there. Disorderly conduct, one of the definitions is if someone not being a peace officer displays a deadly weapon in a public space in a manner calculated to alarm. Disorderly conduct is a Class 2 misdemeanor, and it does carry consequences. So I hope you will consider enforcing the law, since we are clearly a law and order town. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. And then Ron Salerno.
Hi. Thanks to all of you for serving. We really appreciate you. I did want to speak up as well on the Danny Taylor issue, and the symbolism is quite clear. There's a loaded or not, there is a lethal weapon and a black flag saying "I'll take no quarter." That to me is a message of hate. That's how I and many people interpret it, and I think we need to take it seriously. Whatever recourse can be done, however it can be stated, it's not good for business in Salida. It does not give the message of the Salida that I grew up in. It doesn't honor our veterans. It is, it's a message of hate, and I just don't want to see it.
Thank you. Jane Templeton.
So you know that dream you have when you show up for class on a day that you forgot to study and there's a test? I had a dream last night that I showed up to sit up there as a council member and I totally forgot to read the packet. But that's not why I'm here. Mayor, council, and staff, I'm Jane Templeton, resident of Ward 1 and former council member, having just stepped down in November after serving this community for 5 years. During my entire time on council, I served alongside Harold Kasper, and because of that, I feel I know Harold better than many in Salida. Harold is calm, patient, respectful, dedicated, hardworking, reasonable and reasoned, passionate, prepared, knowledgeable, and progressive. Qualities I hope the rest of this council aspires to, and that his constituents are lucky to have in him. I am bewildered by the kerfuffle being created by some voices over the fact that Harold has temporarily moved outside of city limits, since those same voices have never raised a single concern when a previous counselor lived not only outside city limits, but outside the county. I am fairly certain I know the reason for that inconsistency, nay, hypocrisy. And I want to let those voices know that we remember how badly Salida was governed when you were in charge, and we have no intention of going backwards. Given these concerns about where folks live, perhaps council should consider only permitting those who live within city limits to speak at council meetings or circulate petitions questioning council decisions. Perhaps we should request that local news outlets only print letters from true Salida residents. But those approaches would be mean-spirited, and that is one thing that Harold is not. To Harold, I want to say, whatever your decision, I support you, and it was truly an honor to serve on council with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. And then Thomas Winston, AKA Chief.
How's everybody doing tonight? Glad to
Great.
see everybody, all holding their positions. Everything good?
Racing for a long evening.
Nobody ever asks us how we're doing.
My name is T.W. Winston, Thomas Winston, also known as Chief. I own the Highside Bar and Grill with my wife, Angela. And just wanted to comment about the F Street closure a little bit. We're going to have more talk about, I think, in the council meeting tonight about parking. And we have a parking problem in Salida. And I think if we take 60 parking spots away, 2 being handicapped, to close F Street, I think that's not the most logical decision the city council could make. So hopefully they do not do that. I think Councilperson Pappenfort mentioned that 60% of our community is over 60 years old. So that makes it difficult for these people, mobility challenged, handicapped, anything like that, difficult to get around downtown as it is. And when you add employees parking closer to their work and everything like that, it pushes these mobility challenged people even further out. Parking is an extremely big issue here, and I think you're going to talk more about it tonight, and I hope everyone listens carefully to the council. They have some cool ways they're trying to do things. Don't just hear meters and get freaked out and want to shout, but we have to do something about parking. Closing F Street is idiotic, in my opinion, because we have 60, these are the actually only parking spots the city actually owns, are the ones on the street. And if we get rid of the 60 ones we have, plus the 2 handicaps, that's detrimental for the city. If you have a good plan for F Street, I'm all for hearing it. But I don't think you guys do. How we're going to pay to maintain the flower boxes, clean up the trash, all those things. If all the businesses on F Street want to throw extra money into the kitty to water the plants and to keep F Street closed, I can listen to that. But right now, we got a parking problem. So let's focus on what we can do right now to help our city out. So let's work on the parking tonight, and let's not close F Street to handle it the way we can. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Kay Duffy. Come out. Yes, that's you.
Mic drop.
Take your time. You might want to adjust that down.
Oh, that's a good idea. Can you hear me? So definitely reiterate what Chief just said, but I'm here tonight on behalf of an entire group of people that the city of Salida has a history of discriminating against, namely the ambulatory challenge and or the disabled and or the mobility impaired stakeholders of our city. Yesterday, it came to my attention that a so-called petition was submitted to town council, once again rehashing the issue of the F Street closure. So, after taking that petition this morning, I went to speak directly to the so-called signatories to summarize the majority of conversations I had this morning with the business owners. They stated they were mortified when they found out that the F Street closure was up for discussion again. And when I asked them if they realized that people who are handicapped, mobility impaired, can't get close to their stores when the summer F Street's closed down. And they made it clear to me this morning that they were mortified that F Street should be closed without town council making sure that all the disenfranchised population, the handicapped population, the mobility impaired population is not addressed. And these were people who were named on the petition that is also not a legal petition. The other thing I wanted to point out is that if F Street, they responded this morning stating that F Street without a doubt should be open until the town council can assure that downtown's accessible to all residents. A couple of the business owners said that even their own family members who have mobile impairments during the summer can't even get downtown because they can't park close enough. So these are some business owners whose own family members are left out of the whole summer practically. So,
Thanks,
I
Kay.
just to conclude, I'll just conclude by saying that we'd appreciate town council taking into effect the lack of the disabled population going forward.
Thank you, Kay. Thanks. And then John, is it Bauman?
No,
Boffman. Wasn't even close.
Sorry, no,
Yeah.
All right, guys, here we are again. I'm Jonna Boffman. Most of you guys know me. I run a staple in community. I run Eye Candy downtown on F Street. We've been there for 13 years. Dan, thanks for your time last night chatting with me. You're right, we do have a parking problem. I think we can get creative with better answers. I talked to you last night about the community service, the 2 employees that we have on payroll. Today alone, I was there from 10:30 to 5:30. I saw them drive up and down F Street 9 times. Now, I do not believe that they do not have the capacity or the time to enforce the 2-hour parking that we already have. There has been a van and a 4Runner for sale over by the skate park now, sitting in the same parking spot for 7 months. So yes, we have a parking problem, but also in that 7-month time frame, you cannot tell me that there is not a police officer or a community enforcement officer who can write a ticket. I just don't believe it. F Street closure, it doesn't only help the businesses, it's a safety concern. Day in and day out, I am on that street. The sheer volume of people that we see in a 3-month capacity in our community, it's overwhelming. And I love a parade. I love our veterans. I'm grateful they're here tonight. I would like to see a creative way to bring back that parade. I think there are ways to go about it. If you want a coalition of business owners to come forth and be creative with you guys, I think that's a possibility. I didn't really want to get into this tonight. I don't want to get emotional. Sunday and Monday, my first 2 customers, and really my only first 2 of the day, came in, they visit our town, they're from the Front Range. I saw a mother and a son get verbally assaulted by a known homeless woman in our downtown area. She's known. I think the inaction of law enforcement and of community members to take care of this problem. We had Willie get arrested last night, everybody knows it. You know, we have to prioritize the safety of downtown. I had a friend of mine today with a new baby tell me she doesn't feel safe coming down there anymore. I had an interesting conversation today with a lady who owns a business on Highway 50 in regards to Danny Taylor. You guys, my first two people who came in yesterday said they will never be back to visit our community because of the disrespect and disgust they saw Sunday on the corner. I'm from Iowa. I hunt. I come from a family of gun loving, you know, it's what we do. I have guns. However, the number one word I now hear from citizens and from tourists alike is intimidation. And that's not okay.
Thanks, Jonna.
I got a lot more, but we'll stop.
We can talk more later. Reach out offline. That'd be great. And then next up, Chris Tracy.
Hi guys, Chris Tracy from Currents downtown on F Street. Couple of things. The street closure, I guess we'll start with that. There was a petition that went around from the business owners, which is our sales tax base of downtown Salida. A lot of our business owners downtown that we thought and were portrayed as being against the street closure downtown were actually in favor for it when it came down to putting their name on the line. And hopefully you guys have all received that. Like everybody, I'm all for veterans. I'm all for supporting them and helping them out in any way that we can. And like Jonna, I think that there's a common ground to be made. And as the gentleman from the VFW spoke, maybe we could find a way for those 2 days a year to make those things happen. And not just only on those 2 days, but for any parade that we have during the course of the summer, because it's more than just the 2 days, and it's more than just the veterans. So beyond the economic impact, which has clearly been seen through the 45% close to sales tax increase since 2019, regardless of the COVID bubbles, those are the realistic numbers that we do have. It kind of seems crazy to me that we would take a step backwards and go the other direction instead of look for logical approaches to fix the current problem that we're facing. Within that, like, let's eliminate the concrete barriers if that's such a stoppage point for the parades coming through. If it's an infrastructure issue, let's look at that as well. Beyond the economic impact, there's a cultural impact that happens downtown. Kids play in the street. Guitar players play, performers perform, which hopefully we could see more of in the future. So on that note, like, we do have a parking problem. But as Chief mentioned, we have employees encroaching closer and closer to where they work. That's one of our most true problems. I'm there very early every morning. I see who parks where, and that's our number one problem that we have. Enforcement, we did lose a code enforcement officer. We should replace them. I have a hard time believing that the true cost of an enforcement officer is $80,000 to $85,000 a year. Let's break that down on what an hourly rate is on that actual officer. So statistics are kind of interesting. We can pull them out of nowhere. We can create a survey and we can get statistics from anywhere we want. And a lot of them we can just make up on the spot. We're just supposed to take them for what they are. With the parking thing coming up is a prime example of that. We have a $300,000 magic number in one category that we might make off of paid parking. What's the total impact and loss of business in downtown in an area where we've seen a lot of negative support towards us, as Dominic mentioned in the last meeting?
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Danny Taylor.
Evening, Council, Mayor. Normally I just kind of come up here and speak my mind. Tonight I've put a lot of thought into what I'm about to say, and I don't know, maybe I'll get some appeasement. I doubt it though. To everybody that owns businesses downtown, I would like to apologize to you Never once have I ever told anybody to patronize your business. Never once have I told anybody, don't go in there, those people don't believe what I believe. I'm a live and let live gentleman. I believe that everyone has the right to live the life that they choose that they want, as long as they're not hurting anyone else. What I hear from a lot of people is an intimidation, which is false. I've never intimidated anybody other than people that want to prevent me from being able to do what I do. If you are on the board of trying to stop someone from exercising their God-given right, I am against you. Hope that's clear. And I understand you're against me. And I understand that clearly. With that being said, there was a mention of me being a hostage taker to the downtown. I responded that I didn't have any demands, therefore I'm not a hostage taker. But during my thought, in the words of Eminem, I am whatever you say I am. I do have a demand. If you guys want me to move my little display back up to the highway, and you guys can have your precious downtown back from the scary, intimidating boogeyman that you've all created, that guy needs to resign, Harold Casper. The second he resigns, I will gladly move my road show back up to the highway, and you guys will be rid of the big scary man with the AR-15. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, Harry Hansen.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time. I'm better at writing than I am at speaking, so I'm just going to read what I wrote. To give no quarter. Let me put my glasses on. This is going to go better. In regard to hostilities, denial of quarter means refusing to spare the life of anybody, even of persons manifestly unable to defend themselves or who clearly express their intention to surrender. International humanitarian law prohibits the use of this procedure, that is, ordering that there shall be no survivors, threatening the adversary therewith, or conducting hostilities on this basis. Denial of quarter is a grave breach of international humanitarian law. That is a quote from the International Red Cross. The universally accepted message of the black flag, Mr. Danny Taylor and his allies have chosen to fly on the corner of 1st and F in our downtown district, is no quarter given. Mr. Taylor claims to be a reasonable man whose only goal is to exercise his First and Second Amendment rights. The message this flag sends is not only unreasonable, it is in fact a direct and meaningful threat and a war crime. This is the behavior of a tyrant, not a patriot, and I, as a citizen of this community, am deeply disturbed by this threatening behavior. As a business owner, I can state unequivocally that there is a negative effect to our downtown business. I've spoken to my customers as well as other business owners who are experiencing the same. Visitors to our town are responding with fear, anger, and incredulity that we have this happening on our street corner and expressing that they do not intend to return here. I ask you, our elected officials, is this the face of Salida you are willing to accept? Does Mr. Taylor get to intimidate our town and hold it hostage to a belief system that says he has a right, no matter how threatening and vulgar, to simply do as he pleases, regardless of the negative impact he has on others to exercise their rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? While I fully appreciate the nuance and complexity involved here, I am unable to stand by in the face of this level of unadulterated ego and do nothing. I am asking that there be some serious consideration to how this can be resolved. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mel Cutelli.
Hey guys, sorry you caught me off guard. We were so used to, you said 30 people, so I assumed I was going to be here for like an hour. So good evening, everyone. My husband, Justin, sits on council with you all. So I don't normally speak. I just want to make it clear I've only spoken before you guys once before. And that was when a young man living with me was attacked by brute force by police. So I don't take it lightly talking to you about stuff. I feel like we have enough agency with my husband sitting right there. So I'm going to cover three topics really quickly. First, Harald. I'm super disappointed in you guys that you're asking him to step down. After 4 years, my husband worked in Ward 2 virtually alone while Mike worked from Cripple Creek. Jane talked about that earlier. No one paid attention. The precedent was set at that time. If you're elected, you're there, okay, until your term is done. Mike wasn't here. He governed from 2 hours away. After 6 years of service, of dedication to planning and zoning, you're being bullied by a few loud voices instead of standing by your colleague. I'm disappointed. And like, shame on you, truthfully. You're lucky to work with a man like Harald. Secondly, the consideration of the short-term rental tax. You're overturning a vote of the people. It was an honest and fair election. The citizens have spoken twice. Your job isn't to listen to the Airbnb owners and folks with agency who show up here on Tuesday nights. Your job is to listen to the 1,500 constituents that you all have who voted in a fair election, who told you what they wanted. I hope you listen to them too. The SDR owners are constantly making asks to this council, and honestly, they need to stand down. Enough is enough. They've already allowed to run small businesses in residential areas. They should have a little grace in the matter, to be honest. After all, they aren't paying commercial taxes. To be an advocate for the voice you don't hear very often, honestly, you should consider making them illegal if they're not in commercial zones. Residents who live in residential areas should not have to live next to small businesses. The truth of the matter is that Salida doesn't have a tourism problem, it has a housing problem. Fortunately, this isn't an issue that we face alone. 2 months ago, the New York Times released that America is currently facing the largest housing crisis in our history. It's up 13% from last year alone. We're talking 70,000 new homeless folks today in our country. Commodifying housing, it's wrong. You guys know that. We need to take care of what's happening right here at home. The third and final point around F Street, I know my time is quick. It's a small town and residents talk. Don't lie to your constituents about talking to small businesses. Again, shame. You guys need to do better than that. Talk to them, ask them. I know it's wild, but they have something to say, right? You can do it all. You can give the vets their parade.
Thanks.
And Fibark their parade.
Thanks.
And F Street their business.
Thank you. Katie Blanton.
Hi, Council. I'm Katie. I'm a resident and business owner in Salida. I'm here to talk about the F Street closure and, to ask more of you. We have a parking problem. People want parades. People want F Street open. People want F Street closed. And I think that during COVID, it was like, okay, what do? We throw barricades down and we close the street. And it has worked well, and there's been issues with it. But the sales tax revenue that's generated from downtown businesses in the summer is huge. And so taking something away that generates that business, I don't think is gonna help Salida. So I'm asking of you of how do we face this parking problem? How do we bring parades back in a sustainable way that doesn't cost a ton of money? And how do we create a culture that people want to live in and park in and walk in and have businesses in and visit? Because we need our local businesses to thrive, and that takes locals patronizing those businesses, and it takes tourism, and we can't survive with one or the other. So please consider more creative solutions in this. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. Do we have anyone online?
I don't think for public comment.
Not for public comment. Okay.
Adam Martinez.
Adam Martinez. Adam, can you hear us? Adam?
Adam, you're self-muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry. I would like to comment about two issues. My family has had some mice problems. We have contacted the police and code enforcement, and they have not wanted to do anything about it. And mice keep coming into our house, and I would like some more enforcement on that. And then also, I admire Mrs. Critelli and Mrs. Templeton's point, but I think that Harold needs to resign. He is not following the municipal law. He's not following the election laws. The mayor is not asking him to step down. The mayor is not following the law to make sure that happens. And Harold disqualified himself when he moved out of town. And I don't think that if we do it for one elected official, we'll do it for all elected officials moving forward. And I don't think that he deserves to be in office. And he liked the council and the staff and his wife. And I would like for him to resign. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. We all set? Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you, everybody. Next up, we have a proclamation this evening celebrating February as Black History Month 2024. Whereas during Black History Month, we honor the extraordinary contributions made by African Americans throughout the history of our republic, and we renew our commitment to liberty and justice for all. And whereas during Black History Month, we recognize the achievements of African Americans and their role in shaping history, along with the contributions that African Americans have made to enhance the economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development of our country. And whereas during Black History Month, we recognize the essential role of African Americans in shaping the story of America and honor their courage and contributions. And whereas the omission of much of the history and contributions of African Americans from textbooks and other literature has impeded awareness and appreciation. And whereas the celebration of Black History Month is a positive way of recognizing the culture and history of African Americans as vital to the core beliefs and values of this society, and whereas observing Black History Month provides opportunities to gain a deeper understanding of African American history and acknowledge the centuries of struggle for equality and freedom. Now, therefore, the Salida City Council does hereby proclaim and declare the month of February as Black History Month in Salida, Colorado, and further encourages all Salidans to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Thank you. And that will bring us to unfinished business and Resolution 2024-02, an ordinance of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, approving the management agreement with Interstate Parking Management. This is a final reading and a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And I know there are quite a few people who are here to speak tonight, and we're really interested in what you have to say. And all I would encourage in advance, we're going to have a staff report first. I was on social media today, and I think I lost count at about 150 comments on the community, Salida Community Facebook page. And I think there's a lot of information out there I didn't see that came through on that page. So once again, I would just encourage you to listen. We want to hear what you have to say, and I'm going to turn it over to staff for their report. Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Mayor, citizens. Last night you had a work session with Interstate Parking where we reviewed the program that the staff is bringing forward as a potential option for management of the downtown area. The ordinance before you tonight would allow staff and Interstate Parking to work together to create a parking program that it works for the city of Salida. It would allow Interstate Parking to communicate with businesses and residents, to register businesses and residents into the program, and to provide additional education and communication about a parking program in Salida. If you recall the map from last night, we identified a number of different zones, some of which are on-street parking that we are recommending is a paid parking area, some of which is time restricted but not paid. We have surface lots that the city leases right now. The city does not own any parking areas downtown except for what is on the street. We are happy to pay those leases so that our citizens have parking in the downtown area. However, they're almost $135,000 annually. Those leases increase in cost annually, and in order for us to continue to provide that service, staff has been tasked with identifying revenue sources from the council as we look at the long-term financial management plan for the community. So this is one of those revenue sources that staff is bringing forward to you. One of the key components of the parking management plan, as we've been discussing, is an opportunity to create a program by which tourists are paying more of the parking than residents. So I spoke again with Interstate Parking today to think about, what kind of program could we introduce to the city. Again, reiterating last night, the program is flexible. It can be changed as we implement one thing, figure out if it works or not, and if it doesn't, we can make adjustments. One of the things that we talked about today was implementing 2 hours of free parking for everyone downtown to start off, and then incrementally charging starting in the 3rd hour. So maybe 75 cents for the next 30 minutes, or $1 for the next hour, something like that, that would be really limiting the cost, but allowing for the turnover that we have heard is an issue downtown, that we have seen through the parking study that we conducted in 2019, which has only gotten more intense as more and more people have come to Salida to spend their time and money here. So what you have before you tonight is an ordinance. It's an ordinance because our city code requires one for a multi-year contract. So this simply allows us to begin that conversation with Interstate Parking to create a program in conjunction with citizens and businesses downtown that will benefit the entire community, that will allow the city to bring revenues in, to allow us to continue to provide parking in spaces downtown. And I'm happy to answer any questions. We have staff here as well. I'm not the only one who's been working with Interstate Parking.
Who would like to start?
Just a quick question. I'm seeing terms of the agreement, though, would be for 3 years, correct?
That's how long we would be entering into the agreement, but the parking plan itself would not need to stay the same for those full 3 years.
And
So
I'm
sorry.
Oh, and I mean, just as far as contingency, if things aren't working and we can pull the plug, so to speak, that's written into the
It is.
contract. All right, thanks.
Well, while other people are coming up with questions, can you talk a little bit more about what signing the agreement would mean? And then assuming that were to happen, what would the next steps be?
If the council agrees to the agreement, Interstate Parking would come down to Salida, work with city staff to create a communication plan, to go out in and sit with each of the businesses on F Street. That is one of the services that Interstate Parking provides, to go into each of the businesses, talk about what they're looking for, what would potentially help their businesses, make sure that we get their employees registered so that employees have free parking, a lot of communication, a lot of information sharing.
A follow-up question to what you just said. So if there's an employee who works at my place of work, but they don't live here, they drive in from another county, they're eligible for the free parking or no?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to ask a question that we asked last night, but just again for the benefit of the public, and that is where will the revenue go that's generated, the city's 50% split of the revenue?
It does go directly into the general fund. However, we could begin looking at how it's collected. We pay for police, parking enforcement. The leases are paid out of the general fund. So.
Okay, here's one for you on 8.4, there's ability to tow. Is there a site identified where vehicles would be towed? And I understand that it would take an agreement between the city and the company. They wouldn't just start towing.
That is correct. We absolutely would not just start towing people. Yes.
Is there a site identified where they would go?
Where do we go tow? Yeah.
Here, it's probably.
I think there's a local, I don't know, Russ is out in the hallway.
You'd figure out
We could figure that out, absolutely. I don't know where we tow people right now.
Okay.
I don't think it happens very often, to be quite honest with you.
Right, is it?
And that would definitely be something I'd be very, very hesitant about.
Yes. One of the things we talked about last night was kind of easing into any sort of violation. So offering a coupon for next time people come back into town to remind them to pay for parking, but here it can still be free next time. So kind of offering more communication on the parking system prior to actually ticketing people. And that is part of that process that we would have with interstate parking to create what we wanted that to look like.
And it's been 5 years, so I probably need a little refresher, but we had that parking study done 5 years ago. And if I remember correctly, wasn't one of the issues was that you would have people that were working downtown. Typically, they wouldn't park in front of the business they were working at, but maybe they'd park across the street or down the street, and we'd have a situation where they'd be there all day and thus not freeing up parking. Do I remember that correctly?
Yes, that was one of the issues, was the lack of turnover downtown.
Okay. Councilmember Fontana?
Oh, thanks.
Hello, and can you hear me?
Very well. It's much better tonight.
Great, thank you. And I know we discussed last night also about the gratis parking with them, and that would be maybe a Christie question is if we did decide to, create guidelines to the parking structure that is put in place with Interstate, and let's say I'm going downtown, I live here, I'm local, I go downtown to eat at one of the restaurants there. I park, my car is what we're calling free parking, is what Interstate called.
All of a sudden, you started to fade out a little bit.
Turn your radio down.
I'm sorry?
There, that was better. It's just that you were fading out just a little bit.
Okay. My car would be what would be local free parking coming downtown. So what I'm asking is that does Interstate get paid with my parking, my free parking? Do they still get paid on that, or who, if we're generating revenue? And my best thing is not to charge locals to park downtown, is what I would hope that we would create. Does Interstate still get paid if I'm using that space?
What section are you looking at?
6.2, section 6.2.
Right, so the gratis parking, and I talked to the owners of Interstate Parking about this. Gratis parking refers to any time that we completely stop charging for any parking for festivals or some big weekend where we are just asking them to do enforcement only. Any other map, like I showed you guys before, where we have the free parking areas that are time limited, we are not being discounted, or funds are not being taken away. Like, it's not a negative amount of money that is then coming out of our agreement. It's part of the contract. So that gratis parking is if we do no paid parking whatsoever, we are asking them to do enforcement only. So I confirmed that with interstate parking when it was brought up the last time.
Thanks.
Okay, that does confirm, that confirms what I'm asking then. We can create that for locals to have the free parking and not be charged by them,
Yes, ma'am.
by interstate.
Yes, that could be part of the program if we wanted to have either residents of downtown, like we talked about last night, so that downtown residents are not being charged for parking. If we wanted to do free parking for up to 2 hours for any and all people that just, they're not charging us for that parking. There's just no revenue split when it's free.
There's no revenue.
There's no revenue to split. So we're splitting zero.
Yeah. One of the, go ahead.
On 6.4, I would like it to say the parking facilities can operate 24/7, because we talked about that last night, that we would probably have a cutoff at 6. So just change that word will to can.
And what about leap day?
I don't think we'll have it in place by then.
No,
I mean, yeah, 4 years from now, though, you know? Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Quick question. One, can you talk a little bit about, the parking program for residents, particularly overnight? And then the other question I had would be, I recognize that this would, if this was put through, this would represent a change, and change is not always an easy thing to deal with. And I'm just curious, if we were to contemplate staging it in, would there be the possibility maybe initially of just looking at those 3 lots where we're paying the leases on and see how that goes and get people comfortable and then proceed from there?
If that is the wish of the council, we absolutely can.
Okay. Just, I don't know if it is or isn't. I just wanted to see if that was a possibility. Yeah.
Christy, would it be possible to have staff talk about that parking study a little bit more, the five-year-old parking study, and how that led to this potential solution?
Yes, let me get this folder. Just 1 second. I wasn't actually here when the study was done, so I am happy to pass it along to others who were here. I know Bill has a lot more background information as well.
Later, I'll get you on.
So in 2019, so I said I was going to pass it over to you, and then I just kept talking. So you can fill in the blanks.
In 2019.
In 2019, right before COVID, the city hired a consulting firm called Walker Consultants to complete a downtown parking study. And they found there were 4 key findings in that study. One, that there was a shortage of parking spots in the downtown area, which they attributed to a lack of turnover, lack of signage, a general lack of incentive for parkers to find more appropriate parking. So that goes to those, where are workers parking? Where are people who live downtown parking? Maybe they're parking in front of a business instead of, maybe there wasn't a lot behind the building. So kind of a general, people could be parking in better places. An unsustainable inventory of off-street parking options, including lots with short-term leases, again, going to that idea that the city does not own any surface lots. The only parking spots we actually own are on our street right away. The need for new parking inventory, which is something that we continue to hear from the constituents, that there just aren't enough parking spots. It was something that came up when the UP property was for sale for $5 million, requesting that the city purchase that for a parking spot area downtown. So that has not changed at all. limited long-term parking options for those who live and work downtown. So again, those users are competing with customers who need those parking spots for shorter term durations, just running into a store. So the report recommended that the city begin to expand the inventory of parking spots to accommodate growth. The report said that by 2025, so next year, that the number of parking spots should be increased to 1,200. We were at 964 last year when we did a review of the parking in the downtown core. It was 820 when the report was, or the study was first completed. Curb management, so clarifying existing curb markings to identify where people can and should be parking on street, and identifying if there are spots that are currently striped for no parking that could be changed to perhaps a 5-minute loading, unloading type, or if you just need to run in and grab a prescription or something like that. Paid parking was one of the recommendations, defining parameters and rate setting for paid parking in high demand areas, enforcing parking parameters where appropriate, creating a permit program for residents and downtown employees, creating a suite of mobility options for event organizers to utilize. So the city working more hand in hand with some of the special events that we could be potentially busing people from maybe the highway where they're staying down to Fibark or, Bluegrass on the Arkansas, so that not everyone is driving into the downtown core. And then identifying a more sustainable funding stream. At the time of the study, approximately $200,000 was being spent annually on the parking system for what it was, including upkeep, maintenance, lease costs, administration, and all of that was being funded through the general fund. So that's the synopsis. Bill, is there anything that you'd like to add?
I don't think I could have said it better myself. This started up right after I got here. Working with the city. The parking study was done because the community recognized that there was a parking issue downtown, that folks were having trouble finding parking spots within relatively close distance to either their employment, to places they would like to shop at, et cetera. And so the parking study was initiated. And really, I think the biggest takeaway from that was the fact that there were certain areas where you want to have turnover to be able to get more business into each of the businesses and therefore greater sales tax. However, a lot of folks, especially employees, to some extent residents of downtown, were parking all day in those spots and not leaving. And so it made it really hard for that turnover. And they identified actually in the parking study a map where the least amount of turnover happened. And it's, kind of a heat map of the analysis they did, which lines up very closely to the map that Christy has provided as far as where the actual regulation of the parking and the parking program itself would be oriented. So,
thank you.
But yeah, I'm happy to take any other questions.
I do also recall, and I think you kind of mentioned it, we spent a lot of time on just our existing signage and how it was confusing. Like park between signs, but what signs and where were those signs? It was just kind of like, we spent a lot of time just updating existing signage. I think that does kind of go in line with like just the painted curb as well, some of it chipping off, but really those signs being kind of like, how do I read this? What is this? Am I on the right side of the sign, or is it on that side of the sign? Or yeah, so that we spent a lot of time on too, if I recall. Way back then, in the before times.
Yes.
Yeah.
PC, pre-COVID.
Yeah, pre-COVID.
Yeah. Anything else before we open up to citizen comment?
Just one on the, I can't remember if we touched base on this last night. I think we did a little bit, but it's on the setting of the parking fees and the fines amounts. It says in the agreement, reads that mutual consent between the city and the parking companies. Is that something that can be changed to, just see as Salida's, we set the amounts, or is it always going to be kind of a mutual agreement between?
I think
IP
the
and us?
agreement comes in that we set it and they agree to enforce it.
Okay.
Every conversation that I've had with them is that we are the driver of this and they're here to provide their professional opinion on it and to implement what we put forth.
And did you have time, or I wish I could have asked this earlier, but do we have time to kind of confirm that relationship building with any other communities?
I have been in contact with administrators in Idaho Springs, Breckenridge, which I know that I'm not supposed to say, Gunnison, Crested Butte. So
Don't break it.
I know, I apologize, yes.
Other
but
communities
there
along the
are
southern-
Really okay if we
those
talk.
who shall not be named. So, yes, I think Idaho Springs is probably closest aligned with the city of Salida. There's another community coming online that I was sworn to secrecy, but also is in line with kind of what we've been talking to as well. So I've had conversations with multiple city administrators.
Yes.
I don't know what this acronym means. It's under website basic features to include, and it says designed with basic SEO maximization features.
That's search engine optimization.
Thank you. I knew it was something very
I knew you could do it, Bill.
We had them up there for a reason,
I
right?
know.
Okay. All right. If there's nothing else, we will go ahead to citizen comment. And first up, is it David Eckstein?
Yes.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind coming up to the, thank you. And with this, like everything, the 3 minutes applies. So
I don't think I'm going to need 3 minutes.
thank you.
Okay. First, I was thinking, listening to you about the parking and employees taking up spaces. It strikes me that you could probably get a lot somewhere and put all the employees in this one particular parking area. And then if they can't walk, it should be close enough, hopefully, for them to walk to where they work so that they won't take up other spaces in town. The second thing is, I heard that residents would have some sort of permit. It would be nice if they have stickers for their cars, if they have 2 cars, whatever, depending upon the number of cars, so that they could have their 2 hours. And then after that, if they stay longer, they should be charged if they don't put money in the meter or whatever they have to do. And that's basically it. Once you've worked out the parameters, I would recommend that you send some sort of notice out to the residents of our town and let them know what's going on so that they have some sort of say or suggestions that they could put forward. And if they feel that they're being notified and confided in about your parking situation, our parking situation, I should say, then I think they'd feel better about it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Ken Burnt.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council people. One of the things I can say is that I think you're all newbies. You guys weren't here when we had the parking meters. And actually, my business had to pay for a parking permit for our vehicles so we could work on somebody's furnace or whatever. So you weren't here when they were there, and now you're trying to put them back again. One of the things that I see is that, just like it's been mentioned tonight, people that work at this store park in front of this store. Okay, what you're doing, and if you're giving free parking to these people here and you live at this house so you get this parking and stuff free, you're not solving the problem. One of the things, and I had mentioned earlier to the mayor, was about where the First and D property was. But that has so many problems with it, with money borrowed and stuff like that. But how about where the old city shop was? Take and build a parking garage, 2 or 3 story. Then you can get where all your employees, business owners, and stuff can park. Because most of the town, you know, you go down there, parking is full and no businesses are open, but the parking is full. And it's just these people needing to park there. We have apartments above the buildings on F Street and stuff. And here again, if you close F Street, you're going to lose all those parking spaces. So, I mean, that doesn't help your situation with parking either. Go ahead and buy that piece of property from the owner and go ahead and build something there. Now, at the end of that property, headed south, is where Sanford Cook owned that lots and stuff there for that house on 2nd Street there. Okay? Take that and get that so you can get maybe these motorhomes, travel trailers and stuff to be able to park in that area. So we need to get these people to come down and park in Salida. And trying to do this parking and then giving everybody a free parking pass, you're not going to change what's happening with what you got now in the parking. You know, and, you know, if you're going to charge for parking, you ought to charge everybody, whether they own the business, don't own the business, no free parking. Because if you're giving free parking away to these people, you're not making anything on it. And you need to get people to go to these businesses. That's the only way you're going to make money on this town. Okay.
Appreciate it. Chris Eaton.
Once again, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for your time and measured consideration on these topics. As I mentioned previously, one of the things that drove me and my business partner to open our business downtown was the atmosphere that the F Street closure brought to the downtown for the tourists, which is, you know, frankly, where the majority of I and most of the other businesses down there are going to make our revenue. If we had known that there was a serious consideration of adding paid parking downtown in a small town like this, it would have given us some pause. I've seen this in other places. You know, Grand Junction has free parking right on Main Street, but everything else is paid parking. And locals, if they don't find a parking spot on Main Street, they drive away. And I think that adding paid parking down there will turn off your locals unless you make it free to every local person, which it does sound like at least some people on council think is what would end up happening, is that every local resident in Salida would get free parking down there. I'm guessing that's not actually going to be the case. And so I think, as you saw on Facebook today, the overwhelming response was negative. And even if you make it friendly for the locals, a lot of them won't actually know that. And they're just going to assume that parking is going to cost them something, and they may not come down. And though many of us down there rely heavily on the tourist dollar, we also rely and want, you know, local residents to come down and shop as well. And the idea that most locals would just think, if I have to pay to park downtown, I'm not going, they're just going to be turned away. I assuming that this is going to go through one way or the other. So I'd like you to really take into consideration, you know, a lot of how this is going to affect businesses. I've heard from a number of people about how there's a lot of flexibility in this plan, but I'm going to tell you right now that there's going to be people in this town that what they hear there is, we're from the government and we're here to help. Just think about that. Because, you know, that you're basically voting on a contract with no parameters for the most part when it comes to the when, the where, the how much, who it affects, who it doesn't affect. I watched the session from last night. You know, there's a lot of, oh, we can do this, we can do that, we can do this, we can do that. But you're voting to do something without actually telling everybody here and in town what you're actually doing. And so take that into consideration, because most people are going to be really confused, and they're going to think that it's going to be the worst. And a lot of them might be right.
Thanks, Chris. Leslie Jurgensen.
I agree. I think we do need to do some outreach to the community on this. I know it sounds like this discussion's been going on here. I don't know how many people in our community follow these sessions closely, but it may be worthwhile just to reach out to our community, especially since, as was pointed out earlier, we used to have meters downtown and they were removed. So clearly there was a reason for that. I'm guessing too, since that was a physical apparatus, that wasn't easy to remove. So it must have been pretty well mandated to remove those. I feel like adding paid parking is a deterrent to business, both from locals and from our tourists. And we rely on those dollars as a community, as a government, as owners. I think we need to work together on some creative solutions for whatever issues we have on parking. I do support that shuttle recommendation that came from the Walker report. I thought that was a really great idea. And I'll bet we could come up with some more of those too. Thank you.
Thank you. Jana, you're back up.
You want to say my last name?
Boffman. I just said it, Boffman.
We've been through this already.
I did, I got it. I think I got it. 80%
So
confident.
I am going to play a little guilt in this and say I am an employee who occasionally does park on F Street and takes up space.
We won't judge you.
I am one of those. Now, I am curious to why some of the parking spots that we have, that we lease, are we able to do like a city does where, let's say the parking lot on First, where you park all day, you get your phone, you pay $10. They're able to park over there for all day. I don't know if that's a possibility, but I think that that's something that we should really look into and entertain rather than meters, because I do agree the overwhelming response from locals who I see in my business where we kind of cater to. Tourists sustain us as well, but locals, the community that we live in is, and I would say mine and Nikki's main goal to serve. So I would hate to see them, who are already jaded from coming downtown for a lot of reasons, just add one more reason for them not to come downtown. Do we own the parking lot behind the baseball fields? That is completely unused?
Mm-hmm.
Just a parking lot sitting there? Okay, we don't own it? Okay, I thought we do. I thought so.
Martin.
That parking lot has been sitting empty for years. Nobody uses it. It's 3 blocks away from downtown Salida. So why don't we use a parking lot that we already own as a resource to curb some of this parking? Because it is true, employees and residents do take up parking spots. I think that is one of the main problems. If you live in an apartment building, when I went to college, if you used that certain parking lot, you had a tag on your car, you paid $50 a month. Now, I'm not saying that's an absolute number, but I think we need to entertain the idea of using that parking lot to benefit residents and employees, and that is drastically going to free up parking downtown. Parking has been an issue. I've lived here and I've worked downtown in many different businesses now for a decade. And I think if we work on those 2 issues, our parking problem is going to vastly go away. Like I said, if we own that parking lot, why is it sitting empty? Nobody uses it, and it's 3 blocks, it's off of Sackett Street. So I think that would be a creative way to move forward and to figure out ways to, hey, let's shuttle some people over there. Keeping a business open this day and age is hard. I think putting parking meters downtown is only going to be a hindrance to running business going forward. I know we're asking for a lot of support from you guys, whether it's F Street closure, parking. I understand we're asking a lot, but that is your job. So.
Chris Tracy.
Back again. Parking. This contract, I feel like, is getting the cart a little bit ahead of the horse. Once we don't really have the details yet, we're ready to sign a contract with these guys. kind of seems a little bit backwards in any sort of contracts that I've ever negotiated first. Be kind of like going into a real estate contract without, you're selling a house and not knowing what you're getting for your house and saying sure and signing the paper. Doesn't really make sense to me. To have this second reading tonight before this plan is actually in front of us, and this is what we're looking at. Total dollars without guessing, without, just anticipating things, is putting the cart in front of the horse itself. So keep that in mind, that we can delay this contract with interstate parking until we have this plan in place. I'm not necessarily for paid parking in the downtown. We do fight a lot of things as it is. In general, with business coming to downtown, especially with our local folks, it gets busy down there. It's hard to get a table in a restaurant. It's hard to park in front of your businesses, things along those lines. So adding things into the mix is just going to make it more complicated. Where do we draw the line on who we give free parking to? Is it Salida residents? Is it Chaffee County residents? Is it our neighboring county residents? Is it Buena Vista citizens that just live there that want to come down for dinner? Because we don't get charged for parking when we go to Buena Vista. So it's kind of like, I can't remember which state it was. It's been a while since I've seen this. There was a state that their out-of-state deer license was the same as what your state charged for an out-of-state deer license. So if we can be cohesive amongst our county, I think we've kind of seen a little bit of the detriments and discrepancies when there's a tax in one area and not a tax in another area within our same county and where business gets directed to. So let's kind of hold off on maybe putting this contract forth until we actually have a plan in place. I know you spoke about the free parking lots not being charged back to the city, but I guess my question then would be, is the paid parking spaces, that if someone from a local that would be a gratis parking parks in a paid spot, is that then charged back? So like the free parking lots, as you described, can understand that's just a monitored, not a paid, but as far as the paid parking spots, that's a question. Second thing that we have to look at is our patio program that exists in downtown Salida as it is. We already lease those spots. How does that affect the business owners that have those patios in place as it is? Is that something that we're excluded from? Is that something that down the road we're going to be charged the same revenue that a parking spot would have generated, and not looking at our sales tax dollars?
Thanks. Thank you, Chris. I see the last name is Haas. Is it Frank? I'm having trouble. What's that?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, thank you. Well, this is my first time. This is my first time talking to you guys. So, I was here last night as well, and I was trying to understand the rationale for having paid parking downtown. And the only thing that I heard was sort of this general, non-specific idea that, we're going to turn over the parking more quickly and that's going to benefit everyone. But I started to think about how I first came to Salida and how I use the downtown area and how I see a lot of our out-of-town guests using the downtown area. And they don't come downtown for just an hour and a half and get in their car and drive away. They've come from 2 hours or 3 hours away, and they intend to spend the time, shopping downtown, going for lunch, doing a little bit more shopping. Maybe along the way they see a piece of art that they like, or they see something else, and they can go and purchase it. If they're going to feel rushed out of the downtown area, it's going to, vastly change their perceptions of how welcome they feel in this town and how welcome they really are. What we're telling them is, hey, eat and get out. And that's not the friendly place that I was first attracted to when I came here. And I don't think that that's good for business. So I really think that we should think long and hard about what the perceived benefit was, because there was no specific data that showed exactly how it was going to affect any specific business. There was talk about how restaurants will have greater turnover, but greater turnover may not be better for a business like an art gallery where people are just doing general shopping and then they're finally going to come around the corner and see something that they really like. I need to move on to other topics. I think that this is also going to create a lot of problems. We have private parking lots downtown as well. For example, Natural Grocer and Safeway. How are they going to manage when people are going to avoid the hassle? Like I don't have a QR code on my phone, like trying to figure out, they're not feeling welcome coming into town when they see all of these regulations and things. Are they going to start parking in the private parking lots? I haven't heard anyone address that issue. If they do, then the residents now don't have any place to park when they go to Natural Grocer. Also, when F Street closed, it pushed people into the residential areas and more people than ever started parking on the street that I live on and all of the surrounding residential streets. Our home started to feel like it was just an extension of the business district rather than being a residential street. It was vastly confusing.
Thanks. Feel free to reach out to me after. Yeah. And then I see your hand up, but I see Nicole on the next. Is Nicole here?
I will cede to my father and let him have more space.
We're talking about parking. Come on, get up here.
Yeah, I know. What would this conversation be without you weighing in?
Sorry, I apologize. By the time I found a parking place. And this is no joke.
Yeah.
I'm up in the next block and got in the door, the sign-up sheet had been removed because this is an issue I want to discuss. So I'm Jim Miller, 845 Oak Street. Mayor Shore, city council members, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a citizen. I'm here to help. Okay. I have a suggestion. I've gone over this agreement. I have issues with it. I think it's half-baked, but it's not necessarily badly half-baked. It's just half-baked. And my suggestion is this, okay, we have some major issues with the downtown, and I'm going to suggest a timeout. Let's slow down and let's get a group together and let's make some recommendations that we can get the entire community involved in, including the city council and staff and the downtown business people and some regular citizens, and let's resolve some of these problems. There are compromises that are possible. I hear the veterans, okay? I hear the business people, I hear staff, I hear the whole thing. There are compromises, and that's what we need to decide here collectively, the best compromises. So my suggestion is, do not pass this. I think it's half-baked. It doesn't mean it's not eventually the right thing in some form, but I think this young lady had a really great idea about an underutilized parking lot. I think there are other ideas that can be manifested by a group effort. So my suggestion is, please, let's form a little group. Let's take our time. We can do this quickly in 30 days or less and maybe really make an effort and a good outcome for everybody. And number one, I would like to say is that the downtown is one of the major generators of our sales tax, and let's not continue to do things that harm it, okay? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim. And then in the back, I know you had your hand up. I'm way in the back. Did you want to come up and speak? And if you don't mind introducing yourself when you come up, since I don't have your name.
My name isn't on your list. Sorry.
That's okay.
I don't get my newspaper until late.
No worries.
My name is Bondrin Shedrick, and I'm not really a newbie, okay? I moved here in 2007. My parents have been here since the 1970s. They live on F Street. My mother's 97. And I've seen this town change a lot. I'm sad to see some things go, but I'm not sad to see the parking meters go, okay? I don't want to pay for parking. I hate to see F Street closed. Sorry, businesses. But I hate to see that closed because I have friends that live above and behind their businesses. And if they leave, they lose their parking space. And they have no place to go, but maybe 3 blocks away to go home. And so it's a real problem. And when the summer comes, they have no place to go to park their car. And F Street, G Street, H Street, 2nd Street, all of those streets fill up with cars. And I think, is it Kenna? Yeah. Ken, I know you. I think Ken had a really good idea about a parking garage, and I thought the space for the parking is a good idea, and I was jumping the gun because these guys had really good ideas. So I think this all needs to take a back seat for a while, and you need to share and collect information from the old folks around here because they've been through a lot. And I don't know where you guys came from or how long you've been here, but talk to the old folks that have been here, okay? Because they've been through some of this stuff and they can tell you what works and what doesn't, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, hold on. Next up is Francie. And, yeah, Francie Bomer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I understand how hard it is to sit and listen to all these comments, so I'll try to be brief. Don't fall off your chair. But some of my points have already been made. But I think that at the end of the day, I'm all for paid parking on the lots that we rent. It makes business sense, as some of you said in work sessions and other times, to have paid parking on a lot that we have to pay for. But as far as paid parking downtown, I don't think that's who we are. You know, I don't think, Salida is different. We like being different. We like having a small town character. We liked having, I have heard visitors come and say, oh my gosh, parking here is free. You know, it makes us different. And and we don't want to be like the other places that we won't name. So I wondered, after I listened to the work session last night, what's the problem we're trying to solve? And I didn't hear it. I still don't know what the problem is we're trying to solve. If we have paid parking and ticketing for non-local visitors in the city streets, will this solve whatever the problem is? Who is a local? We've talked about that before. Is it city limits, people with a Salida address, people who live in Nathrop, BV, the county, Howard? How do you define who a local is? Is it the goal to keep people from parking all day on residential streets? Is that the goal? Well, let's look at D Street between 1st and 2nd. There are 7 cars parked on D Street between 1st and 2nd almost permanently. And they're all local. Will that solve the problem? How does a contract with interstate parking solve whatever it is we're trying to solve? Visitors come here to enjoy festivals. I live on D Street. I'm in the pink zone, I think it is. People come, park in front of my house with their kids, their camp chairs, their kayaks, whatever. They head out down to the river and they're there all day. I don't have a problem with that. That's who we are. That's what we're offering. So, you know, if we're going to enter into a contract without knowing all the details, several people have brought that up. I would never have entered into a real estate contract without knowing exactly what the benefit was to the city, exactly what we stand to gain and or lose. I have spoken, as I know some of you mentioned in the work session, I've spoken to a lot of people as I go about my daily life. I have not spoken to one individual who said that they are for paid parking in downtown Salida. This proposal appears to benefit interstate parking, but not the city. Thank you for your time.
We have Wales? Yeah. Boy, did everybody just forget to sign up?
couldn't find parking to get here.
They couldn't find parking. I would have charged them a lot. God, sorry.
Sounds like a moneymaker.
I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, that's why I didn't sign up. But hi, I'm Wales Martin. I kind of just wanted to say what I kind of took from last night's work session about why we would have paid parking. For what I understand, it was more that we do lease the 3 parking lots that we have in town. And so at any time, those contracts could be ended because they could decide they want to turn those into housing instead. So if we lose those 3 parking lots, what are we to do? Well, we don't have a fund right now, we don't have a plan, we don't have anything, and maybe this is how we start to build that fund so that in case we do need to build a parking lot, if we want to build the, the building that we were talking, what is it called? Parking garage. Want to build a parking garage, we need money for that. And this would be a way to set aside money for that. I do agree that with Jim Miller that it's kind of a half-baked contract. I kind of spoke to that a little while ago. I think it would be good to have more of a plan before we move forward, but I just kind of want to reiterate that the reason why we are talking about this is because we have a parking problem. It's only going to get worse. The contracts and the leases that we have are only going to increase in money and value, and we might lose those parking lots. So this is just something that the staff has been directed to find a solution for more income and revenue to come in. This is a solution that they have brought, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Salty Riggs. Okay, all right, okay. I am so glad we didn't do a reflective listening tonight.
I was going to request reflective listening.
What's that? What I'm hearing you say is that
You want to see
you're
the
not here to talk about
sunrise at a
parking.
council meeting.
I ordered pizza.
For 80 people, thank you.
I just wanted to add one little thing that I heard last night on the work session, which was that several of the STRs are advertising for tourists to use the Tower Building for parking. And I came to the Tower Building today at 11 for a meeting at Public Health, and there was exactly one spot left. And I kind of felt bad, but I took it. And whether we do this other parking plan or not, I really like Mr. Miller's idea. I nominate him to be president of that committee. But whether we do that or not, we really should reserve the parking at the Tower Building for the community that needs to use the Tower Building. We've got a bunch of services here. We've already heard from our disabled community that they need access to the buildings, and this is one of those buildings that they need access to. So I would like us to at least resolve that issue. Thank you.
Thanks. And Ricky Boucher. Well, I've had practice. I've had practice. Everybody's a critic.
Well, that's good. Hi, Council. I'm Ricky Boucher. My family's been here 5 generations, so yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of those changes. Actually, my grandpa's house backs up to the parking lot that you suggested, so I'm not sure how I feel about that yet. But what I wanted to ask you to think about is some more creative solutions to parking. For instance, I love the idea of a bike share program. And that happens in Colorado Springs. They've got scooters and they've got bikes, and it's made getting around that city so much easier. It's generating revenue. And if you put a couple of parking spaces out on the Highway 50 where people are staying in motels, maybe you can get them to utilize some sort of bicycle program, renting bike programs. Most cities have them now. I don't understand why we don't, especially as active as a lot of our tourists are. And then there's also maybe the option of having a shuttle that just goes around town all day. Like I lived in Crested Butte for 10 years and nobody had to drive to work because we all took the shuttle everywhere. So I just would like to encourage people to also think about the ways that we don't have to utilize parking at all. I live 2 miles out of town and I still drive to work, even though I shouldn't. And I'm an employee and I park on F Street because it's fast and convenient. But if there were for instance, Absolute Bikes put up more bike racks. Let's do more stuff like that to encourage people to find other ways to get around town.
Thanks. Do we have anybody online?
Kelly, are you online to speak? Looks like you're self-muted.
Hello? Hi.
Hi, Kelly. We can hear you.
Am I not? Okay, awesome. Shall I start?
Please.
Reset the clock.
Okay, my name is Kelly Monahan, 720 F Street. The house I live in has raised a few generations of Salida high school graduates. I emailed a statement to Sarah, so I'm not going to say my whole piece. I will just say that I came from a community that implemented paid parking by an outside contractor while I lived there. And it was extremely detrimental to our workforce in particular. There were not enough employee spots. Employees shouldn't have to be forced to decide if they can afford to go to work today. So I did email a full statement to Sarah, but I just want to say that there are communities around us in Breckenridge and in Idaho Springs that have done this with these outside entities already, and I encourage you to reach out to those other city councils and see how that's going for them. I can speak to Breckenridge in particular about the negative impact it had on the local community and the workforce, and I'm happy to do that at another time, but I know we are very much out of time tonight.
Thanks, Kelly. Appreciate it.
Is there anybody else online that would like to speak on parking?
I'm going to take that as a no. And does city staff have anything to offer based on the comments made? Okay.
Bill does.
Bill does, okay. Well, you didn't really let him
Bill
speak
doesn't,
before.
I have something else
Okay,
to
okay.
share.
Yeah, just one thing, one point of clarification, just realistically, a parking garage, especially of one that the city of Salida would be interested in doing and could afford to do, would cost somewhere in the vicinity of about $100,000 to $200,000 per space. So it's incredibly expensive. There's a 100 space parking lot that was done, or parking garage rather, recently done in one of the mountain towns. I'm forgetting which one. Cost over $20 million.
Idaho Springs.
So it's not a cheap thing. It's all steel construction. It's required extremely specific types of construction. So it's not cheap to do. So I just wanted to add that piece.
I do appreciate all of the comments about being more creative, and we take that into consideration as well. We all want to have more and different ways to get around our community, so that is definitely something that we think about. Just to address a couple other things before we go, so appreciate the Marvin Park parking comment that is used a lot during the summer for overflow parking for a lot of our festivals, baseball games there, so there is quite a bit of use there, mostly with bigger vehicles. This is not a program that would install meters, so I just want to, they would not be metered on the street. They're kiosks that are solar paneled, so they're actually just on their own stands. There's no electric wire. There's nothing that the city would need to be installing. They're kind of plug and play, I guess, to just get them on the street. So to that end, yes, there's an opportunity for getting on your phone, paying how long you're going to be down here after your 2 free hours of parking. You don't have to drag around a bag of quarters. You can do it from your phone. The enforcement, if we were to go this way, is through geo-fencing technology. So the cars don't require stickers. They're registered license plates. So as many vehicles that are in a home that would need to be registered, that would all be done through the system. If we went this way. absolutely understanding the need to get out into the community. I have been to the What's Up Salida Thursdays at the community center for the last 3 months. I have brought this up to the wide variety of citizens that have been there. So I'm always happy to find more and better ways to communicate what the city council is doing, what city staff is working on. If you're not signed up for Salida Standard, please do that. We're getting more information out to the community, so we definitely want to make sure that we are not springing anything on anyone, because that's the worst way to do anything. So happy to continue to communicate what we're working on. First and D parking, just as an aside, yes, through the eminent domain process that the city went through to acquire that property, it is required that it be workforce housing. And that is a priority of this council. It's a priority of the city. So turning that into a parking lot has not, doesn't come up. It would violate the law. And so, yeah. But just, yeah, appreciate all of the comments. It's really nice to hear from people. So just want to let you know I've heard them. Without reflective listening, I heard you. And
that's
that
reflective
is,
listening.
that's what I'm doing.
That was
Saying
reflective
it.
listening.
I did it.
You did it.
I
14 people, you did it.
You did it briefly. That was great.
Okay.
Does council have any questions before I close the public hearing of anyone that spoke? What's
Yes, I think Councilmember Fontana has questions.
Oh, okay, very good. Normally she's on the screen, but I never. Yes, Councilmember.
Hello.
Yes, we hear you.
I have a question first on the 3 lots that we leased. And I know Christy might know the answer to this, and somebody else spoke on it. Those 3 lots that we leased, how long are we under contract with them? And is that something that can be thought of as purchasing, or are those just leases temporary?
They're all temporary leases. We lease them on an annual basis. We have requested from one of the property owners for a longer lease, and they indicated they were not interested in that. Bill's walking up to the microphone right now, so hold please.
Yeah, so in at least 2 of the lot examples, the owners are unwilling to negotiate a longer-term lease because they may have plans for those lots, including potential development of them. The other one, just trying to figure out the amount of cost to them in the long term with property taxes and everything else. And then, of course, there's the railroad, for which half of that parking area has been up for sale. So,
Okay, and then one more question, I think, for Bill. So, and it could be for Christy. Christy, I know that you said that there was the parking study done, and in 2023, we had around 964 spots. Where in 2025, we were in need of 1,200. Do we have a plan to get those spots that we're in need of?
There is very limited land, open land available in the downtown area. We have been accruing since the parking study in 2019. The difference that Christy had mentioned has come from the additional spaces within the railroad property on the other side of the river, as well as the 35 or so spaces from the Brady lot on the other side of the Green Cat Gallery. But as you know, there's not too many other open spaces close to downtown. It was mentioned the Marvin Park lot, which we own, which is about a half mile from downtown, which certainly could be utilized. But I'll note that during Fibark, we actually had set up a shuttle system for folks over there to try to bring people to downtown. And it got, I think, I might be off with this a little bit, but I think 0 use when we set that up for Fibark. So, but there's just no private land available currently to acquire, and of course, the cost of that would be pretty huge.
Councilmember Nacarado.
Okay.
Christy, you mentioned the phone option as opposed to a meter. Oh, yes.
But I just wanted to ask, and again, we heard this last night, but for the public's benefit, there are analog options as well.
Yes,
If
there are.
somebody's challenged by the QR code or their phone is dead.
Correct, yes. There are options on the kiosk. You do not have to download an app for this. It is similar to if you go to a restaurant and go to a QR code, it goes to a website. So there's no other app. Yes, you can take your quarters with you. Or there are options for credit card payments. And again, Interstate Parking in particular has a program of registering vehicles that then you wouldn't need your phone or your credit card at that time. Thank you.
Just real, the zero use comment there, Bill, what was that, the parking or the shuttle?
The shuttle I was referring to, and I'm actually, is Diesel around? Well, anyways, I was going to confirm with him on that particular program. I know it was also utilized when Ride the Rockies came into town. Didn't get the use either. So it has been attempted, though, certainly the shuttle.
So they were just like walking? I would figure Ride the Rockies, they were biking.
I think most everybody that was for their entourage, people coming in with vehicles and everything else. And generally what we see is people coming from the outside, they're not looking at it like it's an airport, right? They're not anticipating parking in a big lot, taking a shuttle into the airport or into town. So what people are going to do is they're going to come from the outside and they're going to go right to downtown if that's what their destination is, and going to look for the closest spot. The chances that they're going to go realistically back out to another lot that's on the outskirts of town to be able to take a shuttle in, I think you've lost them by that point. I'm just providing that, experiential perspective, I guess, from some of these other events.
Councilmember Casper.
I have a very unconventional perspective. And what you just talked about speaks to that. I don't think we have a real parking issue. If Marvin Park parking lot is empty at Fibark, the reason for that is there is enough parking between Marvin Park and downtown for people to park. Now that said, I do think that it makes fiscally sense to start charging parking on the lots that we rent. And if interstate parking is willing to cooperate with us, I think it does make sense to go into contract with them. The biggest critique that I've heard was this is half-cooked. And that is true. And the reason for that is we need the expertise of interstate parking to look into details. So I think we need to give staff pretty clear guidance in what direction we want to go. And my preference would be a cautious yes, and really stay with any kind of parking fees with lots that we rent.
Thank you.
Have we moved to comments, I guess?
I have one more question.
There's no. Public comments, sorry.
I meant council comments,
No,
sorry.
I know, I just saw it, I just explained that. Yeah, once it's done, it's done.
I have
Yeah,
one more
yeah.
question. Isn't it true, we already have a 2-hour parking limit downtown? And I think that's really important for the public to hear. That already exists. It just doesn't get enforced right now. But it does get enforced sometimes, and that's really confusing. And I used to work down in the Master Electric building on your block, Chris, and it would get enforced, and I would start parking by my work. And then it would start getting enforced, and then I would get big tickets, and I would pay them. So I was literally paying for my parking because of the ticket size. But it exists. We have 2-hour parking. So these issues around the paid parking, I mean, we've already talked about the flexibility. I didn't ask a question. I just saw.
We have moved on to comments.
I'm happy just to listen.
I just saw head nods. So
preliminary council discussion.
anyway, I'll just continue on. So we have the opportunity for partnership in parking management, so that on again, off again enforcement of the 2-hour parking law that exists can actually be better managed to the whole community's benefit. We have a capacity issue with the city to enact this ourselves, but there's also some company with parking expertise who can help us make this right for the community. I would say before even half-baked, we're still making the recipe for this and expect the community to participate in that recipe making, and that's where interstate parking comes in. That's the way I see it. So the community can help make the plan and help enact all those great creative ideas that we heard that I'm so glad that you brought up, like the shuttle and Marvin Park, and help with that business engagement. They talked last night about the pedicab project where they work with nonprofits to implement pedicabs. Bike share, love it. So it's all, we can have all of that is what I'm feeling like from engaging in this partnership. And if we don't, then I'd certainly want to hear from the community, and I'm sure that we will. I'm excited about this opportunity and the chance to build capacity for these parking management issues that the city has. And just want to say that I'm not a newbie either. Been here for 48 years, so.
Thank you.
Again, have to bring it up. Thanks.
I'm sure you were chomping at the bit on that one.
I don't like being called a newbie.
Yes, go ahead.
I guess I'll just share a vision that really inspired me of what Salida could do and how adaptive it could be was Gentlemen of the Road. Gentlemen of the Road, I got to see, I had seen it before. We used to close down F Street for like Art Walk when it was about walking and not so much Art Drive. But with the closure and a shuttle system for 20,000 people, I don't remember too much about the acts. I know Hickenlooper was there. He tore down the roof. But 20,000 people moving between Highway 50 and downtown, and the closure to accommodate the amount of people that it took for that. I mean, I saw that potential. I saw that it's like, wow, this could be our summers. This is what summers could look like. And it was in that that moment that I was just kind of realizing, nobody complained about parking. With 20,000 extra people in Salida, it went off really well. I mean, better than you would expect. You would expect more complaints about just the sheer number of people to kind of crowd the area, and it just worked very well. Now we go 4 years after that to the parking study, and a lot of these ways of addressing our parking was phased, and they kind of tongue-in-cheek, if I recall, paid parking not being popular. I mean, just knowing that was kind of listed in like that bottom of the last resort kind of approach, and there was all these other things that we could do, again, with signage, updates, with more information, mapping of, hey, if you can't find parking, it's over here or elsewhere, that kind of thing, as like as first, because we want to be presented with like, okay, what's like solutions that isn't going to like royally piss people off, maybe just be like mildly irritating, as just like a standard of being a local politician. So now we are being presented with this, having not really done much of that. And by, mind you, a company that works with, among other municipalities, Breckenridge, Frisco, Silverthorne, Dillon, Idaho Springs. What do these all have in common is that they live along Highway 70. or close enough. They're in this Highway 70 corridor. Of course, turn and burn parking approach makes the most sense. The thing that was presented as a quote from from the parking folks was that restaurants saw more turnover on their tables. Well, of course they did, because you got, I mean, I've been that, again, we do apparently really rely on anecdotal evidence when we're making decisions up here, but that's how I am when I know there's a clock ticking on my meter. I'm like shoveling the food in, no time to shop. I don't know if anybody's ever gone back to their meter and been like, put some more money in. I want to go check out that store that's all the way back there. It's like, no, we're getting out of here. We're out. I'm at the car. The car is the end of the journey. It's the beginning and the end of the journey here. I'm back at the car. I'm out, which is like another perspective of tourism habit that I have. So the concern that was stated by Councilmember Fontana of, I'm worried that there won't be enough time with waits that we have in the summer for restaurants for those people to be able to shop and spend their time. That's kind of what the F Street closure allows. It allows for more time to be spent in downtown. More time usually means more money, I think, in economy, but only a couple of economists have told me that. And that's what I've made sense of that, is that more people, more time, more money spent. That seems reasonable enough. So, again, yeah, I do agree with the points of, if we're paying for parking, there should be a way for us to recoup that investment. And yes, we do already have timed parking that we just are under enforcing. But I think we are entering a new season of governance here, where we've spent a lot of money on a firehouse project, which was great, a great decision. But now with the local economy plateauing, we're seeing the trends maybe even dipping. Now we're going to be entering what is called the blame game. It's going to be, the reason for that is because we either didn't do something that somebody really liked, or we did something that somebody didn't like. And that's going to be for everything, from the Scout Wave to the F Street closure to parking. I don't think that the timing is right to change too much about what our downtown is at this time, because then we lose the reasoning for our economic down or plateau that we're experiencing locally in that shuffle. And it would undermine this ultimately. Not that I mind, I wouldn't mind that at all. I think that there are other solutions past this. Again, a shuttle or something. I feel like if there was like a path that went to a huge parking lot like Walmart's, and there was a way of getting like some sort of rickshaw or some sort of transportation between that and that, maybe, but I just feel like that would certainly undermine this. This will be a part of that blame game, without a doubt. So I have a hard time really being fully supportive of this.
We're spending a lot of money on parking lots that go up every single year. It's not sustainable. Does everybody love free parking? Yeah, they do. But do we all get a free lunch? No, we don't. And so we have to pay as we go. That's the only realistic thing. Approving this tonight allows us to negotiate. I love the idea of the community coming together and adding ideas to the pot. This is not a set deal. That's on purpose. What's different from in the 80s when we had parking meters is there's analytics. We can study and see the results. It's not big, ugly, expensive parking meters that are going to get sawed off with the sidewalk, because that was heartbreaking to see all of that money poured out. And I was here and I saw it. It was just ridiculous. This is a much cleaner, modern approach. People are going to get some free parking out of it. They're going to pay for some parking. But we cannot just go, you know what? We just are gonna keep paying for free parking because we can't. It's not sustainable. The realistic thing is, it's a pay-as-you-go society. You know, we're all paying a little bit for parks now, so I think that situation is gonna improve. But what has happened to them? A huge backlog of maintenance. That's what's happened in the pay-as-you-go world, because people aren't paying for that. Nobody wants to pay for parking, but they want to park. We're gonna have to pay for it.
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. I really appreciate all the comments, and they're really thoughtful this evening. And if I were to try to distill it, one, I really like the idea of creating a working group to discuss this further. And at the same time, I also like the idea of those 3 lots that are costing us $135,000 a year that are going up, that we could start with paid parking there. I mean, I recognize this is a change, and maybe there's an opportunity to go into contract with Interstate, but under those parameters. Obviously, this isn't my decision, it's a council decision, and convene the working group and figure out some of these other things. Because I think in my mind, that kind of makes a lot of sense. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, I'll say thanks for everybody for coming out, your comments. This is what this is for. But, all these ideas are great ideas. But everything costs money, like everybody's saying up here. And to get some of these ideas to come to anyway, is to, have money to be able to do these things. So it's, like I say, there's been a lot of money going out. This seems like something that's, right now it seems pretty positive. It's going to bring some money in to get things done. And, and just reminder, the half-baked, right now, this is just making a decision to go into the conversation with IP to get the rest of the, recipe going. So, further down the line, when we get more information and we start making plans on implementing, definitely going to, make sure we get it out to the community, get you guys' feedback on everything. I don't think we're moving too fast here. We're just trying to get a company, kind of like Curtelli said, when we had Gentlemen of the Road, that was a big company that came in, implemented all that for us, helped us out to maintain and get all that, get everything, dialed in correctly. And this is kind of what this company does. And moving forward with them right now, just open up conversation with them, I think is a good idea to, move forward a little bit, get a little bit of revenue coming in, and then, decide when it's time to move forward with the community's backing, hopefully. So I'm kind of, if we don't move forward, we get left behind kind of thing, kind of like, everything's paid for these days. It's unfortunate, like I say, that's kind of where things are going. I've been here 25 years and seen a lot happen, and unfortunately, good and bad. So but I think this is a good step forward at this point, anyway.
Anything else? This looks like we've all said our piece. The next step would be to call for a motion, and I'm really, really curious to hear what that sounds and looks like.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve ordinance 2024-02, an ordinance of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, approving the management agreement with Interstate Parking Management on final reading.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Pappenfort, seconded by Councilmember Nacarado, and the motion is to approve ordinance 2024-02, an ordinance of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, approving the management agreement with Interstate Parking Management on final reading. Further discussion? What's that?
Councilmember Fontana, did you have something?
No, I was just waiting.
Oh, okay.
Did Councilmember Casper?
No, I guess there is no way to make it more specific, and knowing the way this works, that staff is communicating with us, and we're communicating with citizens. I hope starting this contract will just start that path.
Yeah, and I'll just reiterate, just to back up my vote will be that I believe that the parking lots that we pay for as a city is really an investment that gets paid for by sales tax and in increasing in sales tax revenue. So just like the F Street closure, it's an investment.
And the only thing I would say is, back to the idea of establishing a working group. I would be really open. I mean, if people wanted to reach out to me, obviously we can't have 80 of you, but if I could get maybe 5 or 6 people, I hope Mr. Miller would volunteer. He's all of a sudden being, but just to get a few people, reach out to me. Maybe we can start a conversation on some of this and try to work through some of this. Would be the one thing I would put in there. Yeah, Councilmember Nacarado?
I just wanted to repeat something that was said at the beginning, which was the option for the first 2 hours free before it goes to paid. I mean, it's essentially just enforcing the law that already exists, but in a better way, because you don't have to move your car after those 2 hours. Now the only option, if it's being enforced and you don't want to pay for your parking tickets, is to move your car after 2 hours. So we can even look at the first 3 hours for free when we have that kind of flexibility, but that understanding that first 2 hours free before going to paid, and I think we said 75 cents or $1, something, it seems really reasonable, and it's a way to make it enforced, the law that currently exists.
Speaking of which, wait, Jim, how long have you been parked? I'm just kidding.
And I would add that it's not only going to help offset the cost that we're paying now, it's going to allow us to set aside some money for an eventual purchase of a lot. I do not see us with a $20 million parking garage. I see us with asphalt and white lines on it. But we're going to need land to do that. And we need to have money for that. And so it goes to that too.
Okay, anything else?
Yes, I would like to add, I understand what everyone up there in the council has said, especially about the lots and how I feel like the beginning of this would be to charge for those lots, because that is a lot of money that is paid for by sales tax that is going out. If that can be recouped in a way, I feel like this is a good way to start recouping it. As long as it's done slowly, as long as it's done, with everyone knowing, because somebody had said there that people don't know that this is coming. They don't know that there might be a 2-hour enforcement, and maybe they never even looked at those signs. So moving forward with those conditions, it's not a bad thing, as long as we can keep the community involved in the conditions that are set.
I believe we'll go ahead to roll call.
Casper?
Yes.
Nacarado?
Yes.
Happenfort?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Fontana?
Yes.
Critelli?
No.
Motion passed.
Okay. Whew, a deep breath, everybody. Next up, we have ordinance 2024-03, an ordinance of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, amending section 4-6-10 of the Salida Municipal Code to modify the short-term rental tax rate. Also, this is also a final reading and public hearing. I will hereby open the public hearing and turn it over to staff to summarize their report.
Yes, hello. Final reading and public hearing of ordinance 2024-03, which would amend the municipal code, in particular reducing the nightly rate per room per night on short-term rentals to $10 from the current rate of $15. As you are all aware, the city has held 2 elections regarding the short-term rental taxes, both on the license side as well as the per room per night side. The first election in 2022 had 2 ballot measures that were passed, establishing license and per night taxes. In 2023, citizens petition established a ballot question that would reduce the license fee for in-county residents, as well as reduce the per night, per bedroom tax to $5. That was defeated. Staff has identified a number of projects in which the funds from the taxes could potentially be used to increase workforce housing in the community. Those include the First and D Workforce Housing Project, the South Arc Neighborhood Infrastructure Project, and as was mentioned last night, the city of Salida received $750,000 in land banking money from Proposition 123 to purchase property for a low-income, a senior living project in town. Affordable housing funds would be used as a match for that. Currently, the rate structure has collected a little over $800,000. This wasn't updated. We got the numbers after this memo was put together. After the election, the council had requested that the staff put together an ordinance decreasing the per night, per room tax. So you can see the motion there after the public hearing. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Ooh, oh, me.
I guess you'd like to speak?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
just getting jazzed for the next hour.
Are you going to
That
talk
was my
for that long?
biggest stretch for the last 2 hours. There was something made a mention about the revenue that going into the Affordable Housing Fund almost wasn't exactly put this way, but broke or exceeded Tabor. Sorry. What does that mean? I don't want to call anybody a newbie here, but for the new members of council, what is like the revenue going into the Affordable Housing Fund exceeding or breaking, going out to Tabor? What does that mean? Is that?
So we haven't exceeded our Tabor limit. Where'd Amy go? Oh, okay, so,
We're almost. I do. It was in
Did
the
Amy say
meeting.
that last
It
night?
said it. Amy did say this is approaching the
Right.
Tabor limit.
right, so, when in 2022, when the ordinance was first written for the question to go to the ballot, the council was required to put a limit on the amount of money that we would be allowed to collect, because in Colorado, under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, local governments are only allowed to receive a certain amount of money. So when a local government is going to increase the amount of money that is brought into the coffers, we have to, and should, ask residents, voters, if they agree with that. So in that ordinance, we put a limit, and I wish I could, of $500 and some thousand over what was being, over what was being collected at the time, though. So whatever that dollar amount was that was being collected at the time, the council determined that we were requesting $525,000 more than that. So that's where we're getting close to getting to there, but we're not there yet.
Okay, so it's kind of based on this ideal, I would say, number, or maybe a number that is big enough that you're confident, you can feel confident that you won't exceed that amount.
That's the hope, right? Because we ask the voters if we can keep that money and put it towards these certain uses, and yes.
But we almost exceed.
Yes,
or
and I don't
reach
know what that is. Yeah, I don't know what that dollar amount is.
I'll try to give my
But-
best recollection.
He was here the
We're-
whole time, too.
He kept trying to get up, and then I'd give him the side. Yeah.
So we were collecting when it was down at the, what was it, $4 and
82
82 cents. We were bringing in to the fund somewhere in the vicinity of $250,000 a year. Through the vote, we set a maximum of, I believe it was 850,000, give or take, maybe 50,000 above that we would bring in. Thus far, there she is. Thus far, we
Yay.
brought in somewhere in the vicinity of $800,000. But I think Amy is the expert on this one, so I'm gonna.
I just thought, I thought I thought it would just be important for new members of council to understand what that meant, because it had been mentioned by you that we were approaching that Tabor limit and what that means.
Right, and we have most of the third quarter collections now. Fourth quarter, thank you. Payments can still trickle in for that last quarter through the end of March, but it's looking like we collected, is it 575,000 that we're allowed to increase? And I just want to make that clear, that's the amount that we're able to increase over the previous year per Tabor. And, we are within that. Even though we're collecting more than $575,000, the increase over what it would have been at the $4.82 previously approved level is less than the 575.
Okay, but to say that we're approaching that limit, is that similarly to say that we're approaching that ideal or that amount that was set that would be
Right, yes.
far exceeding what our expectation
Right, I mean,
was?
exactly. And, we kind of set that at kind of a high limit so that we had some wiggle room, and we're surprised at how close we are.
That is surprising.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
Other questions?
I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I didn't know she left. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Suzanne, go ahead.
Harold, if you want to go.
No, I think so. I think you're good.
Okay, I was just asking more on what Justin was just asking. So because I'm one of those new members with this Tabor, so let's say we're getting close to this amount. If we do go over the amount by the 500 and some thousand, then that enacts the Tabor law, and then the voters have to vote what to do with that money. Correct?
Or we can refund it. I mean, we're required to refund it, or you're right, we'd have to go to a vote of the people to be able to keep it.
Refund just what's over.
Correct. If we go over the Tabor limit, yeah. I don't anticipate at this point that that's going to be a problem. The way the short-term rental taxes have been collected, they're pretty prompt in getting it to the deadline for them to pay for the previous quarter is the end of the month in the next quarter. So taxes the due date is already passed. So there's only going to be a few that trickle in after now.
All right. So how does that affect next year? There's another limit set for next year?
The city is
as each year goes?
So after this initial year implementing the new tax, once we meet the criteria for this year, and I'm looking at our city attorney, then we do not have to worry about doing the Tabor calculation in future years.
Because the ballot question just speaks about the first year, so we didn't get to that limit, so we're all good.
But close.
You're close.
It's important. That's a really important part.
The point being
I
that
want
we
everybody to remember.
earned good money this year.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I understood right last time that if we vote to lower the STR fee tonight, we cannot we cannot bring it back up to what was approved by the vote of the people without
Not as the
another vote.
Without another vote.
Yep.
Right, to rate.
Yeah.
you guys did that with the occupational lodging tax. In 2008, you passed, it was $4, and then you reduced it to $2, and then you went back up to $3 and to $4.
No, I thought back in '08, what they did is they approved it at $4.82, but I think there was a lot of community pushback back then, and they started it, the council at the time decided to start at $2.50, and they kept it there for a number of years before it went up to $3.66.
Right, they slowly rolled it out.
So you can only go up, you can't go down and then go back up.
Without a vote of the people.
Without.
Yeah.
Point. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay.
I have one more question because I think this was, and maybe it's just to the council that is not new. I remember a couple of people talking about why they set the fee at what they set the fee at. And I can't remember all of the details. So as why did we pick $15? There had to be some reasoning. I mean, I understand that.
Can I don't mean to be obnoxious,
the
but
$15.
it's a tax, not a fee, just to be for the
Okay.
yeah.
For the record.
Yeah. With the fee, you need a nexus study.
Right. The differentiation is the tax was voted on, and there's no need for a nexus study as to why a tax is a certain amount, because people are voting on it. If the $15 were to be a fee, there would need to be a study that associated the cost that the local government is incurring to run a program with the fee that's being imposed to offset that cost. So that's why there's a difference in the wording.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
My recollection is that we started out with the annual fee to be $5,000. And that's because we were trying to create some equity between hotels who pay commercial property tax rates, which are more than 4 times what residential tax rates are. And we're trying to not destroy our hotels in the process of the proliferation of short-term rentals, which many people don't like in their neighborhoods. And it's part of the commoditization of homes, which is making the housing crisis much more severe. And so the $15 was part of that compromise, because as I recall, we were originally looking at $5,000 annual fee and $10 nightly fee. But we brought that $5,000 all the way down to $1,000 and bumped the nightly fee. That's my recollection on how that played out.
Sounds about right.
And I think we were trying, particularly on the license tax, we were trying to be sensitive to the fact that as a statutory city, we couldn't differentiate between a primary resident renting a room out in their house versus, either a professional class of investors or just a second home from outside the community. So, yeah.
And I do have a question based on this letter that we got. Talking about people renting out one bedroom in their home, isn't there a different way they can approach that, called bed and breakfast? No?
In commercial district.
In the commercial district? I see.
Yeah, really. Yep.
I just wondered what the difference might be between those. So
Did you have something there?
Yeah, I mean, to answer your question, yes, we have bed and breakfast as an allowable use in certain zones, primarily the commercial zones. And there's certainly some standards that go along with it. It is an option for those who want to be a primary resident within that particular home and have a room or multiple rooms available for guests.
So not really an option for the people out in the residential area. Thank you.
Thanks. And if there aren't further questions, I'd really like to get to public comment, because we are going to be bumping up against 9 o'clock, at which point we are going to have to make a motion to continue, to continue
To
this
have a
meeting.
slumber party.
Yes. So the point I'm trying to make is we need to get through the public comment.
Do it.
Yes. So with public comment, Eileen Rogers, thanks.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think everybody's stiffened up.
I should have
Greetings,
brought my
friends.
treatment table.
I hate Tabor. I did get a chuckle out of unfinished business. My name's Eileen Rogers. I live at 1010 F Street. I am very concerned about your pending decision concerning changing the numbers related to the occupational lodging tax of short-term rental units in Salida. I located copies of both ballot questions and found no language that states that council members have the authority to change those listed numbers. Salida voters filed our ballots expecting the results to be the law. I know that when property owners began to use their homes as short-term rentals, a large number of affordable rentals became unavailable to Salida's workforce citizens. That council took action and limited the number of units per block and changed those businesses appropriate fees, especially due to the impact of the short-term rentals made on our Salida motel industry. It is my understanding that a number of our current short-term rentals are owned by out-of-town non-residents. That group does little to contribute to our city coffers, such as supporting the cost of clearing snow, keeping up our parks and playgrounds, maintaining our fire and police departments, our water and sewer systems, etc. Council members have been struggling to find ways to get that group of citizens to contribute. I'm tickled that those absentee short-term rental owners are now funding some of Salida's costs. Finally, I'm very disturbed by the message that you council members will give to the voters if you approve your plan change. We are always telling our citizens that every vote counts. Council members, if you change the numbers that we voted on, then your message is perfectly clear that our votes do not count. What a shame.
Thank you. Next up, we have Dan Weinchecker.
Yeah, I'm very sympathetic to people opposed to short-term rentals. The challenge here is that there are distinctions. There are a distinction between people using them to just make ends meet, renting a few nights a week or a few nights a month versus a commercial operation. I think this 2024-03 ordinance to modify the tax rate is mostly about fairness, though. If you rent for $100 on you rent to a couple for $100 on a 3-bedroom house, and you have a $45 charge on tax, that's a super high tax. That's really not being fair at all. If council or the town wanted to have a vote to ban short-term rentals totally, that would be a policy decision. And maybe that's the direction the town should go. But the decision's been made to have short-term rentals to allow a certain number of them. On the ordinance, the third whereas here states that the current per bedroom tax rate has had a negative impact we're putting that forward as evidence. I would like to see the specific evidence on that. I do agree with Councilmember Casper. At some point, there must be diminishing returns. You raise the tax rate too much, your returns do go down. And there is some evidence, I think, that has been happening. There used to be a waiting list for short-term rentals, or there are currently openings. I don't know, that's a question I have. I'm told that all the permits are not using, that people are not renewing, people are not going them. We need more data. Two other quick points. Currently, you just charge the hotels $4.82 per night to be held in trust for the sole use and benefit of the city, and that shall be used primarily for capital improvements and operation expenses for parks and recreation and art facilities. That actually gives some wiggle room that there are other sources of funding from the hotels to put towards the housing fund. It doesn't all have to be short-term rentals. primarily means that hotel tax, only 51% of that has to go to what's designated in the municipal code, section 4-620. There is some room there, and it's just so unfair, I think, to only target short-term rentals to fund
Thanks,
affordable
Dan.
housing.
Yeah, thank you. Next up, we have Madeline Felsch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congrats. You said my last name right. Thank you. Okay, I'm
Sorry,
sorry. I'm
Jonna.
going to go as quickly as possible because I know that there are a lot of points to make. But referencing the city council meeting on January 16th, the taxes collected in the first 3 quarters of 2023 amounted to about $717,000. That money is being used to fund 3 separate projects already in motion, one of which is a senior living project, if I understand it correctly. So it is affordable housing for multiple sectors of our community. And it's also used to secure grant funding for future endeavors, which, as we all know, they generally require a local cash match to meet requirements and demonstrate the ability to meet recurring payments. City staff estimate that we will lose around $174,000 if the taxes are lowered, which is a pretty large cut given the scope of the problem. It's a relatively low tax rate, and $1,000 a year, I mean, I don't make very much money. If you asked me to come up with $1,000 right now, I could do it. We have brought this to 2 votes already, 3 if you count question 300, which we all know would have been deemed unconstitutional if it had passed. And we will be required to bring it to another in order to raise it, should council elect to lower the tax. Eileen stole my point about how many times do we need to vote on this before we start to wonder how much our votes count. I think a lot of the disconnect here comes from the idea of need. According to the U.S. Census, there are over 2,400 households in Chaffey County who are classified as rent burdened, meaning they spend over half of their income monthly on rent. Over $5,000 was spent in order to promote question 300, which is quite a bit. And in my mind, this doesn't really demonstrate the dire need in the STR community comparable to our rent burdened, housing insecure community. Especially if we are looking to justify overturning multiple votes. I support maintaining the tax where it is and or supporting Councilmember Nacarato's point last session. If there are state taxes that come down that place an undue burden on STR owners, potentially that is the time to revisit this issue. But personally, I don't think that time is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Joey Ravinsky.
Hey, my name's Joey Ravinsky. I help pay for the parking spot number 8 behind Amika's. I just want to thank you guys for everything you do, but especially Harold. What I'd like to talk about tonight, just hopefully quickly, is the voices that we're hearing. We're going to hear from STR owners. We hear from people that deal with affordable housing. And I think the voters who should be the loudest voice, we've heard from them twice. We beat a campaign that used Keep Salida Affordable as their tagline to help STR owners keep it affordable for them. And so the other voice that I really would like you to just kind of think about in this decision are the future voices. The money that comes from the different things that we enacted that raise the price, that goes towards projects that will help future people hopefully afford houses and afford rent easier and a whole bunch of different ways of helping make living in Salida more affordable. And so that's a lot of voices that you're not going to hear tonight. But if you ask 10 years, 20 years down the road, you're going to say, okay, that was probably a big point of that. The other thing that I want to talk about is my personal experience as a real estate agent. 2 years ago, probably a third, or I would say 1 in every 3, maybe 1 in every 4 calls and discussions I had were people saying, I love this town, I love visiting it, I love coming to it as a tourist, for the events and everything, I want to buy a place and have it as an Airbnb. Because at that time, and still a little bit now, there were a lot of videos on Instagram and YouTube that talked about how you could buy one Airbnb and then buy another one and then use that to buy another one. And it was kind of a get rich quick scheme. And now, 2 years later, after a lot of the different things that we've enacted in this town, which I think have worked, you know, it's 1 in every 10 conversations that I have is that. And I get to talk about and educate the client about, well, here are the different things that are going on in Salida that would probably prevent or dissuade you from coming here, getting an Airbnb, and doing that. So that's my perspective, and the voters have shared their perspective, so I hope you listen to that even more. Thanks.
Thanks, appreciate it. Christy Miller.
Hello. My name is Christy Miller. My husband and I live and work in Salida. We have 3 kids in school here, and I give back to the community by volunteering locally. I also own a short-term rental downtown. Contrary to the image that many folks have, short-term rentals are often owned by people just like me, not corporations from out of state. I'll add that the reason we short-term this house is because long-term renting it would not cover the high mortgage and expenses on this home. Most STRs would not otherwise be candidates for affordable housing. Tonight, City Council is voting on whether or not to pass a small reduction in nightly STR taxes. My position is that it's not enough of a reduction. In 2022, we were paying $4.82 per occupied bedroom per night. In 2023, that jumped to a staggering $15 per bedroom per night, whether it was occupied or not. So some quick math. If I rented my 4-bedroom home, on average, for 40 nights in a quarter to a group of 4 people, meaning 2 bedrooms were occupied, in 2022, I would owe the city $386 for that quarter. In 2023, I would owe them $2,400 for that same quarter. That's a 600% increase, 600%. The city has issued about 221 permits. It is outlandish to think that 221 people are funding the entire affordable housing initiative. Why is there not a more widespread allocation of this tax burden? Here's a solution. Why don't we ask every local realtor to give 10% of his or her commission to the Affordable Housing Fund every time they sell a house? Does that sound crazy? Yes, it sounds just as crazy as asking 221 permit holders to fund the Affordable Housing Initiative in Salida. The reduction to $10 per bedroom is still a significant burden, the highest tax in the state. Other reductions were discussed by council, so why did you land on only a $5 reduction? Were STR owners and local businesses consulted on input for this and how it affects tourism? There should be a smaller stakeholder group making decisions on nightly taxes, not the general public. Referencing the votes before, of course, they didn't pass because it's 221 permit holders versus the rest of the public. That's why they're not passing. Also, please consider only taxing on occupied bedrooms. Hotels are not paying nightly taxes on unoccupied rooms, so why are we? Lastly, it was mentioned before, please consider the state bill on property taxes. If we're paying these high local nightly taxes, then we get hit with commercial property taxes. We will watch the STR community in Salida close down and tourism will suffer even further. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone online?
Yes.
Please no.
Matt,
Please no.
are you,
Looks like we have some hands raised.
I know we have hands, but you know, we are, so here's the problem we have right now. We have to make a motion before 9 o'clock to continue. We're in the midst of a public
Mr.
hearing.
Mayor, I make a motion
But we
to
gotta-
extend the meeting until 9:45 p.m.
Can we do that before, during a public hearing? That's what I don't know.
To extending the hours of, or the minutes of a
Is
meeting?
that okay? Okay, go ahead.
100%. Do I have a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
9:45? Great,
Okay, we have a
9:45.
motion and a second.
Do we have a roll call then?
Nacarado?
Yes.
Fontana?
Please be brief.
Yes.
Critelli?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Papenfort?
Yes.
Casper?
Yes.
Motion passed. Alrighty.
All right.
Okay.
To 9:45.
All right.
Matt, you're self-muted right now.
Do we have somebody?
We have a couple of people online.
Okay, so we have people online, okay.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the time. My name is Matt Nykel. I'm a resident in Salida. I I guess I just wanted to echo some of the comments that were made, including Eileen Rogers. I guess I just don't understand this ordinance, given the fact that the council regularly references that affordable housing is a priority of the city, and to lose $174,000 is significant, I think, and that's just in 1 year. So it just doesn't strike me as sensible to pass this ordinance, and especially just given our priority and the affordable housing crisis that council has referenced numerous times. And I agree with Eileen that I just think if this ordinance were to pass, it would just send a really terrible message to voters in Salida that, you know, you can think your vote matters, you're doing one thing, but then the council can simply come back and vote to do another thing. And I think that would, just be a depressing thing for citizens in Salida. The last point that I'd just like to make is that, especially given the public votes on this issue, there's just not a lot in the agenda packet to show the analysis that's been done to that would support a vote in support of this ordinance. So like, as a member of the public, it's really hard looking through a one-page document without an analysis of what is the need to reduce this rate from $15 to $10? Who predominantly owns STRs in Salida? What is the situation going on? There's just not a lot of data or analysis that's at least available in this packet for the public to understand this particular decision. So I'd encourage the council to vote against the ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you. And you have one other person?
Nancy, you can unmute yourself. Nancy Wallace, you're currently self-muted.
Okay, figured out how to do it. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Nancy, we hear you.
Hi, my name is Nancy Wallace. I own a house at 929 West 3rd Street. I have commented several times before on this. I've also provided analysis. I've also provided, offered to help with analysis. I've also done Cora to ask for analysis. The one thing I do agree with the previous person is, where is the analysis? Haven't seen anything, haven't gotten anything, and haven't both on the initial amount and on this reduction. So I do agree on one thing. There hasn't been any work groups. There hasn't been any discussion with STR owners. There hasn't been any discussion that I've seen with business owners to see what the impact of this is. I do know from talking to other STR owners, there's been a huge impact on reduction of tourist nights. And I think that's something I've sat here through this whole meeting, and there's been a whole lot of discussion about parking and other things that are going to impact tourism. Well, this is going to impact tourism. I'm here to tell you, it has impacted it. It's going to impact it. Do I feel like, yes, Salida needs some affordable housing options? Yes. Do I think it's fair that 221 STR owners are funding this entire thing? No. I think that the 2,800 voters that voted in the last election maybe need to put some skin in this game and also choose to help with this situation. Salida voters overwhelmingly said, no, we're not willing to put a penny towards this. We will not agree to increase our property taxes to help with this. So I'm very frustrated that only 221 STR owners are going to do this. If you think that these STRs are going to turn over and become affordable housing, I have one of the least expensive places And for me to rent this long-term, it's going to be around $4,500 to $5,000 a month. And I'm not going to do it because I'm there about 50% of the time. So I can't rent to somebody. What, I'm going to rent it for a month? That's not solving the problem. That's causing a bigger problem. So I just would really like you guys to think about this. I personally, the $5 per night per room, whether occupied or not, is not enough to make it a going concern. So you're basically going to just lose the money, at least from me. And I think you're going to lose it from a lot of other people. And it's not going to solve a problem. It's just going to reduce your revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, we have a couple more people in the audience. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Council. Thank you so much for your time. Ricky Boucher. I just would like you to please remember that this issue is fairly new to our culture. This didn't exist 10 years ago, and I would like to reiterate that these homes are being used as businesses and paying residential taxes. So just please consider what the voters have already put in place. And I want to say thank you so much for taking this on as an issue. And know that you're not alone. This is an issue that the state of Colorado and the entire country is looking at how to deal with, because this is a new type of business that we haven't encountered before. So we're breaking new ground. And I just want you to think maybe about the commodification of housing and the unintended consequences that have resulted from that.
Thank you. Salty.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to tell you about a survey that was just completed in the city of Denver. They interviewed 12,000 of their homeless population, and 90% of them are recently homeless with a previous permanent address in Colorado. And that's not surprising, because 62% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, which means they don't have any money in savings, which means they're on the brink of homelessness. Madeline already mentioned, in our county alone, we have 2,400 people that spend over half of their income on rent. I couldn't find any data on how many STR owners spend over half of their income on rent and have no money in savings. But the fact is, we have a real problem. Our community needs assessment determined that housing was the #1 priority that we were to tackle. And I think it's incredibly ambitious that the city has committed to building out art space, to building out South Arc, and to building the senior center. I think it might be a little bit overconfident to believe that we can fulfill those commitments with a spare $174,000. If you're convinced that we can do it, that'd be great. But I still think that $174,000 could be used towards housing. Specifically, homeless prevention would be huge. If we can prevent homelessness, it is the best investment that we can make, because every homeless person costs our community $60 per day. So I would just like to seriously say, I think it's unfathomable to take money away from solving a crisis and put it in the pockets of people who have an excess of housing and an excess of funds that they have demonstrated with lawn signs and radio ads and political mailers and custom printed golf balls. Thank you.
All right. I know. Can you tell I'm getting a little hangry?
Wait, we have pizza in the back room still, right?
Well, you had your hand up before when it wasn't public comment, so you can go up after her.
I think you're going to set a dangerous precedent if you decide to go against the voters. I think you're going to lose a lot of trust. Do I think it's up to the SSI owners to, or short-term, SSI, Jesus, short-term renters to fuel workforce housing? No. But where we're at right now, somebody who just spoke who said they live here 50% of the year, they're not helping my business. They're here 50% of the year. They're not coming into my business that often. They're not going out to eat that often. They're not going to happy hour that often. You know who is? Me. Salty. Ricky. These people over here. Well, so, and I do get your point, and I don't think it's solely up to the 221 people to fund affordable housing. However, it's essential. If we want to continue as a community to have that hometown feel, to go out to eat and to know your servers, to go out and get a drink and the bartender knows exactly what drink you're already getting. If we want to continue that feel, then we have to support the people who are going out, who are serving these drinks, who are showing up to work, and who are doing that. You guys have a lot going on right now, and I don't want to be a burden to you guys. I appreciate you guys always being here and working with us. There needs to be more surveys done about what is actually going on with short-term rentals. We need more data as far as, you know, the amount of money it's bringing into our businesses. You know, one big perk about Airbnbs is it has a kitchen. They have, 5-bedroom houses, and they can cook breakfast, they can cook lunch, they can cook dinner. They can spend time together in this big space. That's taken away from our businesses. And I think the $15, unpopular opinion, I do think it's a little bit high. But to go back now and to lower it is going against the people of your community. Now, if we want to send it to a vote in the future and we want to lower it, well, that's the time to do that. The time to do that is not right now. And I think you're teetering on losing trust with a lot of people in the community already. I think if you do this, the backlash is going to be terrible, and you're just going to add a lot more to your guys' plates. And I am finally done for the night. All I got.
Thanks. And
Again, I'm Bonji, and I thank you for recognizing me, and I thank you. This is totally off the wall. I'm sorry. It's all relevant, but your hospital and your nursing home in this community is in trouble. They have traveling staff because there's no place for them to live. They cannot afford a home in this town. They would appreciate a short-term rental. They could rent a home cheaper than they can buy a home in this town. They can't buy a home. A nurse cannot afford a home in this town. They're traveling nurses. They are traveling physicians. They cannot live here. They have had nurses come in and take a job, and then they say, oh my God, I can't afford to live in this town. I can't buy a home. So we need affordable housing, yes, not just for the homeless, but for working people, okay? I can't find anybody to help me because they're working 2 jobs to make a living. I need a handyman. I can't get a handyman. They're all busy working 2 jobs, okay? So, hey, I don't know, thank you.
thank you.
Nothing to do with anything, but you have to have
Oh, it's never ending, isn't it?
So if you have to go about 5 a.m. and be at work, you can still speak here.
I will be quick, and I just want to say Ron Salerno right here is my handyman, and he's an amazing human. So, get his
Do you have a
number
card?
when you're done. Good evening. I'm Adriana Deanda. Thank you. I will be brief. I think I've just been sitting in the back listening, and I watch online often from home, so I can yell at the TV and not, and just make my comments there. And but I just want to say that this common thread of these commingled topics, STR. the parking issue, the F Street issue, kind of had a common thread for me, which was revenue. Revenue, I heard Salty say that we could stand to lose an estimated $174,000 with the switch off that $15 to the 10. And I just think, boy, 174 is a lot of money when it was a parking issue. But maybe it's not when it's a short-term rental issue. And I know that's not as simple as just the revenue in it, but when you put the evening together, it matters, right? And, you know, I just want to just kind of make that point of we've it's been said over and over, we've had this issue. I want to thank Harold Casper. When we first started talking STR regulations and such, I happened to run into Harold and we had a conversation and I played devil's advocate and he listened. And I think that was the first time. I've been in Chaffey County off and on since 2001, all but 5 years I've spent my time in Chaffey County, and never ever have I had a council person be so open and receptive to the conversation. So I just want to specifically thank you, Harold, for what you've done and who you've been for our community all this time, and to all the rest of you. Thank you very much for being here.
Thanks.
Okay, cheers.
Okay. Oh, jeez. I mean, oh, God.
You want to take a break?
We're taking a break. Let's take a break, 5-minute break. We're going to take a 5-minute break because people have been sitting here and have to use the bathroom. Yeah.
You had your gavel.
7, it just depends. They're very close, yeah.
They're not the only one paying into the fund, though, which is very important.
Sit down, Patrick.
And rental
We're just stop drinking
fees
so
that we
much
get
water,
from our
guys.
Open Doors
Not gonna be
program.
another break. Not gonna be another break.
Would that have taken the edge off, or? A little bit. I think we knew that this was gonna hurt.
Just glad I wasn't.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started again. So if everybody could take their seats. And I think Chris wanted to say something, and there was somebody else? Okay, you'll go after John.
Chris Eaton again, and thanks again for all your effort on this one way or the other. I just want to try to make this really brief and say, I'm a business owner downtown. I live downtown, and tourism is going to be vital to my business. My gut tells me that the tax voted in by the people is probably too high and ends up costing in sales tax revenue and business income. But it's my gut feeling, and you have presented that the council seems to agree with that. I think the problem that you're running into is you have all these people out here who voted for something, and you aren't showing them the data. You're not saying, okay, yes, we'll take in $174,000 less in taxes, but by leaving it in place, it's costing us $200,000 or $250,000 in sales tax, or whatever the numbers might be. And I feel like the council needs to do their homework and show the numbers. Follow the money and do the math. And then take it to the people one way or the other.
Thanks. John?
Thank you everyone for going over time. I will try to be the shortest person for the night. A lot of my points were already made, opposed to y'all approving this ordinance. And for the reasons folks have stated, just a few pieces of data that haven't been mentioned or have been mentioned, related to things that have been mentioned. According to the Chafee Housing Authority, 64% of all households in the county spend more than 50% of their income on housing. 2/3 of our entire county is extremely housing burdened. 75% of renters are extremely housing burdened. So 3/4 of the county that rent are spending more than half of their income on rent. According to the Chafee Housing Authority also, we need 1,105 housing units in the next 3 years, including 825 for workforce housing. So these are the kind of pieces of data that show we have a real crisis, and I don't think, as other folks have said, we've seen the data show why it should justify a decrease in the rate at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And I'm going to hold you to that.
Hi, my name is Phyllis Martin. I just quickly wanted to encourage the public to look into the Chafee Housing Authority survey that's going on. That's going to go into funding for affordable housing throughout the whole county. So I know it's different than the city tax that we are talking about tonight. However, I just hope short-term rental owners could maybe see that as some alleviation of pressure being on them for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anyone here who hasn't spoken that? Okay. All right. All right. Don't you dare. All right. Does council or staff, first off, does staff have any rebuttal, closing statement, anything they have to share?
Only a clarification that the short-term rental taxes are not the only funds that go into the Affordable Housing Fund. There are also the fees in lieu funds that developers pay when they are not meeting the deed restriction inclusionary housing program for the city of Salida. So just a little bit of a clarification there. There are some smaller dollar amounts that go into that as well, but the fees in lieu is a little more substantial.
Thanks. Great. And does council have any questions of any party who spoke tonight? Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and that will take us to preliminary council discussion. Who would like to begin?
Me.
Councilmember Casper.
Oh, you raised your hand first. But I'm in like staunch opposition, and you have to answer to my being as far away from a yes as this as I possibly can be, right? I think that's fair. I'm asking questions of this council that brought this feeling that I have in my butt where I haven't been able to feel it for the last hour and a half.
You seem really caffeinated right now.
I ate some apples.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Okay.
Sorry to come out swinging. But I think that it is important that the new council members, I like speaking to the new council members because I kind of had to pick things up as I went. I didn't really have that much direct talking to with each meeting when something like this comes up. Of course, nothing like this usually comes up. And here's why. Here's why, is because when we feel like we really just can't make this decision as a governing body, and we really want to we just don't know how we're going to get it right without asking the people, our biggest mandate, our most powerful one that we have is the vote. A vote of the people, which says that this is the answer that we are looking for. We take the power out of our hands and give it to the people. And it's a beautiful process called democracy where they decide for us, so that the narrative that we've been hearing consistently from STR owners is it's council decision, council decision, council decision. It isn't now. It is up to the people, our boss, while sitting in chambers, is the people. Number two of a huge mandate would be a survey, a big survey that goes out to all the people about a project, maybe say like F Street, for instance. And you go, all right, if there's more than 50%, I think that's how I understand it, then that is the consensus, and that is what we should go with. And then the next one would be, if I don't agree with council, this is the third tier. I don't agree with council, but they decide as the majority, I'm in the minority. If the majority decides on something, then I back them up. Because usually by that time, you have stated why you have chosen to make that decision, and I can at least go, if somebody says in my ward, why did this happen, I can go, well, this is what council decided, and I back it up. Now, this is the first time in a lot of times that I have differed from council that I won't be able to do that if we decide to go against the vote of the people. I will throw you under the bus. Because when you go against the vote of the people, it is an abuse of power. And I don't, it's not something to take lightly here. I think that if there was a reasoning like the data to point to and say, that's probably why we should do this, it is a reasoning, this whole thing is crumbling, whatever, not gut feeling, not conjecture, not future presumption, but real hard data. Now, I know it happened like 3 hours ago, but if you can just come back to my one question, was the one piece of data that we do have is we almost exceeded the point of an ideal number that would have caused us to do a Tabor refund. We almost did that. That is real data. That is proof to me enough that there isn't this downturn, that somebody that is misinformed, and it isn't us, because that money is real, those numbers are real, and they're there. So you can't point to this, people are leaving Salida in droves. There is no proof of that at all. Actually, there is proof of the opposite of that. That is, and again, we can talk about how we interpreted previous elections. I can say, somebody could say that, they didn't care about affordable housing because we didn't, vote to fund housing authority. And I could say, no, they just wanted tourism to pay for it, which is essentially what this is tourism paying for it, which seems they are happily doing. All that can melt away because we already gave this up to our boss and they decided. We should be talking about now how to spend that money. If you decide, hey, I'm going to just go back on what the people are saying, I'm going to refute it, that is like me going, I'm going to turn my back on what the council decided and create a fervor. I will distance myself from this. This feeling that we have in our butts right now in this chair is exactly the feeling you get when you try to go against a vote of the people. This should hurt. And it really is hurting me. I had a wedgie for so long. So it should hurt. And this will not stop here either. If we vote to overturn or amend heavily the results of an election within, mind you, a year of it being in place, that is, I am saying, an abuse of our power. Tell me that I'm wrong. Anybody on council, if they'd like to debate me, I'd love to hear it.
Councilmember Casper, it's a hard act to follow.
Yes. I was actually one of the council members that wanted to discuss that because I was concerned about a decreased use of the existing short-term rentals, bringing our sales tax down and us ending up with significant less tax money to put into affordable housing. Now, I have to agree that that was more of a gut feeling. I do not really have clear data for that. So I will vote no to the change.
Councilmember Cuccelli did not really leave many points for anybody else, but I will reiterate.
I'm sorry.
For the
You can
person
pass the
that voted
soapbox,
against
Anthony.
it on the first hearing, but I will reiterate that we do have data. We have the numbers from the STR tax, which are right where we predicted they would be if we implemented. So why can't we let the numbers tell the story? The visitation to STRs is not decreasing according to those numbers. And those dollars are doing exactly what we would hoped they would do for the city. And we're still in crisis as far as housing goes. So it's not the time. Like I said last time, it's just not the time right now, and willing to revisit it again if things change at the state level or we get numbers that tell a different story. Thanks.
First, I just want to thank Cuccelli for not, talking longer than everybody else combined here tonight. So I think he could have kept it going there for a while. But so thank you for that. But no, I'm new to the board. This is all new to me. When I first started to run, numbers are coming in to me about the STRs, and I had mixed emotions about it, but what Cuccelli says is like, we kind of got to vote. We got to go with the people's vote here. That's kind of where I stand with the people's vote.
I'm going to have to agree with that. My gut feeling was to back off of the amount from $15 to $10, but I cannot overturn the vote of the people. I got to agree with Justin on that. The people have spoken. They have spoken clearly and loudly in multiple votes. So I'm sorry.
Councilmember Fontana?
So I know, Justin, I don't want to make you talk more than you want to, but I do want to ask you a couple of questions about this. Can you hear me well?
Me.
Who are the questions to?
Kind of to Justin.
Okay. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, and the rest of council also. So I definitely understand the vote of the people. That's why we vote. I encourage everyone I know to do it. And as we all do. But as I look as a business owner, and I know, Justin, you were for a while, and now you do different things than you did before. As a business owner, which I don't have a STR, but I would love it if someone came and lowered my tax by $5 per room per night. And if they did that, then maybe I could offer them more as a business owner. Maybe I could, with my $5, put more $5 in their pocket to spend at Chris Tracy's restaurant, or to pay for their parking, or they get their extra $5 to do some. I don't feel like the $5 is going to discourage them from coming here. I don't, lowering it $5, but I don't feel like it's going to discourage them to come here any more than it does now. But it does put $5 more in the STR owner's pocket if they choose, or to spend from the person at a restaurant, to spend locally as a business owner. What are your thoughts on that? That the vote of the people outweighs all of that?
I would say, just for the record, a vote of the people outweighs everything. But I would say, as a business owner, the increase of the lodging tax, which did get pushback, mind you, and a rallying cry of lodging owners at the time, we felt it at the hostel just a little bit more, because $4 and some change on a $20 bunk is a higher percentage. But it really only meant to me that I had to just explain where that money was going for like a 5-minute conversation. And they paid it, and they still went out. At the time, it was the big one, for through hikers was Pizza Hut, and they had like a $5 buffet. So they were buying that and doing that. So that's really the only effect that I saw, was just having to have a conversation of, whoa, what's that extra tax? And at the time, it was for, the lodging tax would go towards recreation facilities, and just a disclaimer, and we'd chat about it. And that was it. I never once had somebody turn away or go, oh, that's my money and I can't spend it. Also, because my business was kind of like an Airbnb, having like a kitchen, most people would just cook at the kitchen. They weren't really going out. It was just more cost effective to go to the grocery store and cook at the facilities that we had. So that's really, I think, the crux. Seeing the numbers going into our affordable housing fund, I think really what the complaint derives from is having to explain where that extra money is going and have that extra conversation, which can be frustrating to people who aren't people, I guess. So.
Well, that does explain that. So as I vote, just exactly like you're saying, I'm here elected by the people, and they have chosen this already. And so it seems to go against that choice is going against what they have voted for, essentially.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, what?
are we ready?
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment, and I'm totally ready. I'll be quick. I just want to thank everybody for coming, making comments, and if this goes to a tie, I would, which I don't think it's going to, but I'm just saying, if it did, I would have a hard time, because, on some levels, I feel like the fee could be lower. On the other hand, it's a really good point a lot of people made tonight about the fact that this was a vote of the people. And in some ways, the proponents of 300 and the vote yes on that, kind of rolled the dice on this. They could have come to us and engaged us in a different manner. I don't know if the outcome would be different, but I voted no on it, and yeah, I hear what all of you are saying, and still doesn't make it easy. So so go ahead.
Well, I've never been here before, and I'm sorry, it's been a long time since my orientation, but if I move to approve, I can still vote no on the ordinance. I just want to move it to a vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then someone can make an amendment.
Or you could vote against an ordinance.
Right, there could be a
You
motion
could have
and
an
a
affirmative
second.
vote, or you could have
You could say
You could say I vote to, yeah.
I move to disprove ordinance.
Reject, yeah.
Reject.
To disapprove.
Mr. Mayor, I move to reject ordinance 2024-03, an ordinance of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, amending Section 4610 of the Salida Municipal Code to modify the short-term rental tax rate on final reading.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Nacarado, seconded by Councilmember Critelli. And the motion is to reject ordinance 2024-03, an ordinance of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, amending section 4-6-10 of the Salida Municipal Code to modify the short-term rental tax rate on final reading. Further discussion?
Stevens?
Yes.
Critelli?
Yes.
Casper?
Yes.
Fontana?
Yes.
Nacarado?
Yes.
Pappenfort?
Yes.
The motion passed.
New business, no more public hearings, no more public comment.
So the next item.
Did I sound as excited as Councilmember Critelli? I'm sorry. All right, next up, we have Resolution 2024-13, approving an,
Sorry.
what?
This is going to be moved to the 20th. We're still working out details of the school district.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so do we need a motion?
No, this is just resolution, so we can
Okay,
just. Yeah.
very good. All right.
So skipping resolution
Skipping,
24.
I love that. Can we, Nick, resolution 20, oh, you know what, can we get a motion real quickly to, because we're almost to 9:45?
Mr. Mayor, I move to extend the meeting to 10 o'clock, 10:15 p.m.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. The motion is to extend until 10:15. Do we, roll call?
Pappenfort?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Nacarado?
Yes.
Critelli?
Yes.
Casper?
Yes.
Fontana?
Yes.
All right, the motion passed.
Okay. Now we have Resolution 2024-14, approving citizen appointments to the Sustainability Committee pursuant to Section 2-18-10 of the Salida Municipal Code.
All right, good evening, council. Our Sustainability Committee has a mandate to have a youth representative. We've been working with the Extraordinary Teen Council, and they put forward an excellent candidate, Miss Catalina Manrique, and I apologize if I messed up her name. This youth representative shall be appointed for 1 year. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Questions? Or maybe a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve Resolution 2024-14, a resolution of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, approving the following appointments to the Sustainability Commission. The City Council hereby appoints Catalina Manrique as a 1-year member of the Salida Sustainability Committee, term to expire January 2nd, 2025.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Nacarado, seconded by Councilmember Casper. The motion is to approve Resolution 2024-14, a resolution of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, approving the following appointments to the Sustainability Commission. The City Council hereby appoints Catalina Manrique as a 1-year member of the Salida Sustainability Committee, term to expire January 2nd, 2025. Further discussion?
Great. Critelli?
Yes.
Pappenfort?
Yes.
Casper?
Yes.
Nacarado?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Fontana?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, and then Resolution 2024-16, authorizing the lease agreement with the Fibark Community Paddling Program for the lease of the Fib.
No, 15. Oh.
What's that?
It's on
Skipped
page
one, right?
54
I skipped
of the
it.
packet.
Oh, yes, thank you. Amending
Sorry, Amy.
Resolution 2023-42, certifying delinquent charges, assessments, or taxes to the Chaffey County Treasurer to be added to the 2023 tax roll to corrected amounts.
Just so proud to be presenting a resolution that will energize you and encourage you to stay for another hour to discuss it. Now, this is just a quick amendment to correct some numbers. You know, once a year we do, we turn over our delinquent water and utility bills to the treasurer for collection by putting a lien on the property. We assumed, this is the first time that me or any of my staff have had a 2-year lien. So we put the full, you know, the people who didn't pay their lien last year. And so now the amount that we originally put to the treasurer included last year's lien amount and this year's lien amount. And it should have just included this year's lien amount because the Chaffey County treasurer adds the two together, but it hasn't been paid. So this is a correction to that.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve Resolution 2024-15 to certify delinquent charges, assessments, or taxes to the Chaffey County Treasurer.
Second.
So motion from Councilmember Pappenfort, seconded by Councilmember Catelli. The motion is to approve Resolution 2024-15 to certify delinquent charges, assessments, or taxes to the Chaffey County Treasurer. Further discussion?
Casper?
Yes.
Nacarado?
Yes.
Pappenfort?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Fontana?
Yes.
Critelli?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, and that brings
Thank
us to Resolution 2024-16, authorizing the lease agreement with the Fibark Community Paddling Program for the lease of the Fibark Boathouse.
Hi, Council. This is Diesel. I'm here to present a pretty standard lease agreement, other than the fact that this is for 3 years as opposed to 1. Previously, we've been on 1-year lease terms for this facility. This year, the Fibark board has agreed to enter into a 3-year term with us. We've had it reviewed by the legal team. The only negotiable right now is just a slight clerical error about ADA compliance for the facility and who's responsible for it. The lease as it reads now is that the Fibark board is responsible for that ADA compliance, while we had negotiated that we, the city, would be responsible for that. That's the only kind of outstanding issue with the lease. Other than that, it is similar to the lease that we've been in for the past few years with them for that facility. We can answer any questions you have.
Questions for Diesel?
So it's okay to negotiate that final part after we approve the lease, lawyer?
Sorry, say again?
It's okay for us to approve the lease and then they can still negotiate that ADA part?
Yes, you could either, that's your motion, pending that one term, delegating that to staff and as approved by the city attorney, just to ensure, because I work for you guys to make sure that that's all buttoned up.
I just need to say that I am removing myself from any comment or voting on this, is it ordinance, is that what it is? Resolution. Just to put that out there, thank you.
And maybe just explain, just tell people.
I would explain. My wife is Lindsay Sutton Stevens, which is the president of the Fibark board. So I'm a conflict of interest, I guess, maybe. So I'm going to remove myself from this resolution.
Thanks.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
So to get ADA compliance, that would be the city's dollar that's going to have to do that. We don't know that amount, but that will be negotiated in after. And I'm kind of asking, that's usually people don't do a lease not knowing an amount and then negotiating it in after.
Yeah, so that's a standard term in most leases. And at this point, based on our ADA transition plan, we had the Fibark building evaluated for its ADA compliance. And I can get you exact numbers, but as I recall, it is not out of compliance at this point. There is the entrance between the boathouse restaurant and the Fibark boathouse that is at grade. So off the top of my head, I don't know exactly the evaluation on the transition plan, but it is not a, we have not felt that was a concern for much of a financial obligation. I can get more detail and bring it back.
Okay, well, if it's not a concern, that's what I'm asking. I mean, they're not asking for $300,000 to come up with this number, and then they're going to stick that on the lease at the end. It's something reasonable.
Yes, and it is the reason why we're in negotiations, have had essentially agreed to it, minus the language in the lease, is that we want it to be ADA compliant for our purposes, but for the purposes of the Fibark board, it does not there's no new construction that would need to bring it to compliance. We doubt that there would be any significant construction costs that would require us to bring it to compliance in anything that we would do with the, improvements that we would make to the building either.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Mayor,
Not sure how to do the motion.
I move to approve Resolution 2024-16, authorizing the lease agreement with the Fibark Community Paddling Program for the lease of the Fibark Boathouse.
Second.
So a motion from Councilmember Critelli, seconded by Councilmember Papenfort. The motion is to approve Resolution 2024-16, authorizing the lease agreement with the Fibark Community Paddling Program for the lease of the Fibark Boathouse. Further discussion?
Would you like a recommended amendment?
I didn't hear any.
No, oh.
Yeah, we would like the recommended.
Oh.
I'm just going to give the language because
Oh.
if you want to.
Okay, I move.
Oh, well, no, I'll say it and then you could. It sounds like you want to move to amend the approval of this lease pending additional language regarding ADA compliance as approved by the city attorney.
That is my motion.
To amend, yes.
Yeah, to amend. My motion to amend. Did I get a second?
Second.
Okay, so a motion from Councilmember Papenfort, seconded by Councilmember Nacarado. And the motion is to amend this resolution pending additional language regarding ADA compliance from the city attorney.
I'll approve the language. It has to be proposed to us. So as approved by.
As approved by the city attorney. Okay. Further discussion?
Nacarado,
Yes.
Fontana,
Yes.
Critelli,
Yes.
Papenfort,
Yes.
Casper,
Yes.
motion passed.
And do we have to come back to the original motion? And no, so then we're going to come back to
Yeah, we have
the
to comment.
original motion as amended.
All right. You ready?
Yeah.
Critelli,
Yes.
Casper,
Yes.
Fontana,
Yes.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Papenfort,
Yes.
motion passed.
And that's going to take us to council reports. But before I begin, I just want to mention that we are going to continue the executive session to a future meeting, okay? And yes, I figured no one would object. We're going to start with Councilmember Casper this evening.
So, thanks everyone that stayed for this. I have reached a decision about my seat on council. And I have reached this decision after a lot of self-reflection, considering my family first and foremost, as well as what I want to do in the future. My decision process was the same as what we on council go through every big decision for the city. I started with a well-informed and good intended action. I listened to those in my ward who I represent. I did not take the public debate too personally. I screened out the falseness and disinformation in all the comments. I asked our city attorney for their legal perspective. I discussed with my team, council and mayor, as well as with some whose judgment and professional opinions I respect. Ultimately, I've come to a decision that I feel is the best for the future of Salida. Many of us in Salida have a similar experience to mine. We wear 2 or more hats, taking on multiple paid jobs just to afford to live here. Some of us believe so much in Salida that we add on volunteer work or hold a position on a commission or even an elected office to make a difference in our city. Some of us have, like me, invested into residential or commercial property, becoming a landlord to supplement the earnings from a service economy job. So why am I taking this step? For those unaware, my family has chosen to live in a second home, which happens to be 300 yards outside of Ward 3 boundaries. We still own our primary home in the Ward 3 and maintain it as our legal residence. Some have taken this up as an issue and claim that all of a sudden they are not being represented fully. I've brought more than 14 years of institutional knowledge to the city and to my ward. My attendance at and attention to council matters and the process I described earlier have not changed. As a statutory city, the outlines of what is required of a council person and those implied in our city code are open to interpretation. The legal advice I've been given says that I'm within the guidelines. No backroom deal, loopholes, or technicalities. Yet, as we say at each meeting in our city civility invocation, we acknowledge that each of us bring a unique perspective to this conversation and that our perspectives may differ. So I'm not going to debate the technical points of what the opposition brings up. At this point, the court of public opinion serves no worthwhile purpose. It only gives air to those whose focus is on negative instead of doing the hard work of local government. Salida would continue to benefit from some of my views and accrued knowledge if I were to stay on. As Dominique said to me when I reached out to her about the question of staying or leaving council, that I brought the council together as a team helping with realistic yet constructive decision-making, trying to make connections and provide positive energy. I own this and see that this energy, more than any specific decision, have been my biggest contribution to Salida throughout the last 6 years. If that energy gets compromised by the silly question of my eligibility, my service would be in vain. Salida has bigger fish to fry. Having seen the amazing caliber of people stepping up to our volunteer board throughout the last several months and the quality of our current council, I have no worries that you will find a good new partner for this team. So, I'd like to offer myself up as a hostage to Danny Taylor, hoping that he's a man of his word. Therefore, I hereby resign from my position as a councillor of Ward 3 of Salida as of tonight. The ball, Mr. Mayor, is in your court now to show leadership and work with the council and present the best possible replacement to the remainder of my team. And I would like to say a few words to all of you to close that out. Aaron, how courageous you are to throw yourself into this task without much experience. It reminded me of my start at the Planning and Zoning Commission 14 years ago. Choosing something that you're really, really passionate about to present to the team can make it really meaningful. And often your constituents will actually ask you to be the spokesperson with something like that. Happened to me a lot. Suzanne, I've been totally impressed by how you have hit the ground running, well-informed and super engaged. You seek people's input. You certainly have an opportunity with that by seeing hundreds of people in your store every day. And you heard today about taking some caution of talking to some business owners and not to others. Elisa, it has been great having had you as my co-counselor on Ward 3. Your passion for Salida is evident in all your comments. Justin, your lightness of expression and directness of your views make you beautifully authentic, and by that give you extra credence. Your presence made a lot of our council meetings fun. Dominic, with your experience of growing up here, your thoughtfulness and having considered a lot of the same issues in your role at Ghana, you have been invaluable and have, more than any other counselor, helped shape my views and decisions. And finally, Dan, you have been probably most aligned with me while being counselor on Ward 1, and have fully stepped into PT's big shoes as a mayor. Thanks for always holding the process together, for looking out for staff, and for keeping everyone informed in the process. Sometimes I wish you could be just a little bit less politically sensitive. Stating the facts clearly and plainly can guide a heated discussion just fine. Giving too much space to the perspective of those less informed sways those discussions in their own way, and not always with the best result. I know you all will do a good job moving Salida into the right direction, especially being able to build on the amazing staff that we have attracted. Serving Salida through the last 6 years as a counselor has been a great privilege. It is not always fun, but even in the hardest moments, it's very meaningful. Thanks to my family, city staff, and my constituents who all put their faith in me. I'm sure every single one of them have been unhappy with a decision or two I've made through those years. Yet, if I can stay in people's memory as someone who truly listened and who was invested in a truthful civil process, then this is all I could ever ask for. I'm sure I won't get bored, and I will find other ways to serve this great community. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Casper. Councilmember Curtelli, you're not used to following something like that.
I can't, so I can only speak to it. Harold, going through the process of my campaign and my entering this journey, I really saw to somebody like you being that institutional knowledge already, even at that point. I mean, you'd started planning and zoning and I was still in high school. So that's kind of like, that's a big deal. You've been doing this for my entire adult life. And so just your wealth of knowledge and your call to action really emboldened me. And it happened again when we were up for re-election, and it's a global health crisis. And the only thing that I can think to do is to not do council, but to just make sure I can still stay healthy and housed. And you made it more, it just made it doable to me. I remember having this discussion of like, are we really gonna keep doing this during this crisis? And you emboldened me yet again. Your experience and your wisdom and your advice has always been invaluable. I think it was especially important to me considering that I had felt alone in representing my ward, at least in the physical world, where that is the most important place to be when representing in a small community. You're out there, you're everywhere. So I always, I'm a little confused when I hear people say they don't feel represented, because you are actually out there. I just appreciate being able to serve with you. I can't say that I'm stoked that you're leaving, but yeah, I'm sure you can find 1,000,001 things that are out there. It's just that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Nacarado.
I'll just say thank you as well, Councilmember Casper, for 14 years of service and your inspiration, your thoughtful, measured ways. You came onto this council when things were less civilized and you made them more civilized. Your ability to do reflective listening at all is, is amazing and something I could just only aspire to someday, maybe with a whole lot more meditation. So thank you, and I can't, I hope to be able to call on you for wise advice, and I hope you'll come speak to us as well. And I hope you'll continue your political career.
Councilmember Stevens.
Suppose I've learned a lot. I've got a lot to learn. It's got one of my big regrets is that you are going to be leaving, because I feel like I have, a lot to learn from you. I appreciate. The other day we were at the intergovernmental meeting there at the Scout Hut, and he came over and took me over and introduced me to the mayor of Buena Vista. He didn't have to do that. He just did. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for the kind words for for a new council member. Like I say, I got lots to learn. So I just hope that you're gonna have some big shoes. The person after you has some big shoes to fill. So thank you for your service and
Thanks,
good luck with your next endeavors.
Councilmember Davenport.
Thank you, Howard. My heart is broken that you're leaving, and I understand why you're making that decision. But you've brought so much to the table. Your background in planning, you and PT both always impressed me with that, because you just brought so much knowledge and a depth of understanding, and you could straighten us out on things that we were thinking. It's like, this is how it actually works, And so it was just awesome to have you with that. And then on the finance team, you were always very thoughtful, too conservative for my taste, but we need that mix of, points of view. So very important, and your work on the sustainability committee, caring about our whole planet and everyone, it's just been awesome getting to serve with you.
Thanks. Councilmember Fontana.
So the first thing I would like to say, as it relates to Harold, is choosing family. Family is huge. And I had a big thing happen to me here in Salida, in the last few weeks. So I ended up, having a major accident at that Monarch. The people at Monarch were family to me. I didn't know some of them, but they were family. That's why we live here. They took care of me. The Salida EMS, they were family. They took care of me. The Salida Hospital, every person. And then I ended up going to Vail, and everybody said, "Where are you from?" And I said, "Salida." And they said, "We love Salida." And that's, that's a big thing to people like Harold, who have helped shape Salida the way it is. So congratulations on your decision, because family is important, Salida is important, and I hope you go on to, bigger and better things. And thank you for everything.
Thanks.
Yeah, I remember when I was approached to run for council over 6 years ago, maybe 6.5 years ago, and finding out that Harold was running as well, and I was so excited because I had conversations with him. I knew he was on the planning commission. I knew how passionate, how intelligent, how invested he was in the community. And so it gave me a lot of comfort knowing that I would be going on with that caliber of person, with that kind of integrity. And I mean, it's been such an honor serving with you up here. Your integrity, your commitment to service, your passion for this community. And I know how hard a decision this has been for you, because I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that you could continue to deliver incredible service even living outside the ward. But I really, really appreciate the acceptance that you brought around the fact that there are people in the community that weren't willing to accept it, and rather than causing division, you just did what you always do. You were there for council, you were there for the community, and I'm just so grateful to you for everything you've done. And I just wish you the best of luck, and it's been an honor to serve with you, so thank you. One other thing unrelated I just want to mention, because I think it's super, super important, is Kevin Nelson. We lost a dear friend and someone who served the city for 46 years in public works. I mean, you talk about institutional knowledge, that was Kevin, and he did it with humility, and he cared so much about the community. And I really, truly would like to see us, in however it looks, but honor his legacy, because he really did mean so much to the community. So thank you very much. And with that do we have anything from the treasurer this evening?
I just want to say that Councilmember Casper, your leadership
And from the attorney?
Yeah, I just want to echo, thank you for your service, Councilmember Casper. It's a pleasure working with you all these years since I started this representation. At the next meeting, we can talk about, the process and the code to appoint and whatever you guys want to do. And then, you're going to talk about Okay, then that's it.
And staff?
No, it's
Yes,
you're doing.
yes.
Let's make sure, because he's appointed.
Yes. Councilmember Casper, it's been great working with you both as the city administrator, interim city administrator, assistant city administrator, and the DOLA regional manager. Thank you so much for everything that you've taught me. Yes, a couple things regarding Kevin Nelson. It obviously has touched staff a great deal. Even after he retired, he would come out and tell us where pipes were going that we couldn't find on maps. So he's just such a servant. So we have, there have been trees purchased in his name. We are working with the family on the funeral services. So he is in our heart. We are working on ways to memorialize him in our community. I also want to let you know about the city clerk's process. As you know, we advertised for that position. I think we got about 20 applications, which was awesome. I like breaking duties out to people. So I have 4 different staff members reviewing the applications to move some names forward for interviews. We will be holding interviews on February 20th. Due to sunshine laws, we will have 2 elected officials be part of that process, as well as myself and city attorney on one panel. We'll have another panel that has department heads so that we can bring a great recommendation to the council for appointment. Please let me know if you have questions.
Okay, thanks.
That's all.
Well, I know this is really going to be heartbreaking to everybody, but all that remains is a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.